Welcome back to another project. In this project, we're going to create a social media app similar to x.com. It's going to have all the features like follow, unfollow. We're going to have the ability to like, leave a comment. We can add a new post. We can delete a post. We can like a post. And also we can search between the users and posts. Let me show you the preview of this project, which is available in this URL. social.100jsprojects.com. The project is created by Next.js. We are going to use MongoDB for the database, and also we're going to have Clerk for authentication. As you can see from the homepage, we have all the posts here from different users. Each post has a separate page for that. So when we can click on it, we can see a new page for this post. We can like a post, we can delete our own post, and also we can leave a comment here. Let me add a new post here. For adding the post, we can have a post just with the text, or we can add an image as well. So let me add a new post. We can add an image. We can choose an image here, for example, this one. Once we choose it, the image is going to be uploaded to the Firebase. And once it's ready, we can just post our post here. All the data comes from the server side, so it's completely SEO friendly. And also we have some interactions in the project, like liking, adding comments or delete, which is in the client sides. So you're gonna learn how to have both the client and the server side at the same time. You can also see the user's account here. For example, if I click here, I see this user, the number of following and followers. Because this is the same person that is created and signed in, I cannot follow myself. But let me choose another user, for example, this one. So here I can follow him, and you can see the change inside the number of followers. Even though this component is in the server side, we can see the reaction in real time. I'm going to show you how to do it in the project. We also can search here between the users and also the title of the post. For example, if I search my name here, we can see all the posts that includes the name Sahan, and also it's searched between the full name and also the username and between these titles. For example, this programming, let me just search programming. I can see only this post is shown here. All the data is going to be saved inside MongoDB database, and we're gonna learn how to even add the user data, which is going to be saved by Clerk. And we're gonna add all this data to the MongoDB as well. We're gonna use a hook inside the Clerk. We're going to use a middleware, which is going to send the data as soon as the data is changed inside Clerk, and we're going to save it inside MongoDB. And also, finally, we're going to deploy our application inside Vercel, and you can have your website completely online on the internet using Vercel, and you can share it with others or put it inside your portfolio. Let me show you more features of the website. For example, let me add a comment here. For example, nice post. This is going to be a pop-up window, which is we're going to create using react-modal as well as using Atom for state management. So once you do it, the comment is going to be available here. So for the user, as you can see, we have a mini profile here under here. And once we click on it, we can see we can manage our account. We can change the profile image. We can change the username. We can add more email. We can also change our password or delete our account. And once we do it, all the updates is going to be available inside MongoDB. As I mentioned, we're going to have some hook to catch these changes and apply it to the MongoDB as well. I think it's going to be a great project and complete one. If you want to learn how to make a project using Next.js with complete CRUD operation using MongoDB database. In the next section, we're going to start with the installation part of the project. Before we begin the installation, I want to share a fantastic learning tool I've been using to study AI and Python programming. Brilliant, the sponsor of this video. Brilliant is a hands-on platform with interactive lessons in math, data analysis, programming, and AI. It focuses on problem solving to help you think critically instead of just memorizing information. With Brilliant, you'll build real knowledge on specific topics and improve your thinking skills. They offer a variety of programming courses that provide a strong foundation and teach practical applications. You can start learning Python and create programs immediately using their easy drag-and-drop editor. Learn key coding concepts like loops, variables, nesting, and conditionals. Plus, you'll develop the ability to think like a programmer and write effective code. If you're interested, visit brilliant.org/Sahand or scan the QR code on the screen to enjoy a 30-day free trial. Additionally, using the link in the video description will give you a 20% discount on Brilliant annual premium subscription. A big thank you to Brilliant for sponsoring this video. In the next section, we'll install Next.js and Tailwind CSS, and we create the first template of our project. So see you in the next section. Welcome back. In this section, we're going to install Next.js and Tailwind CSS and create our first template. As you can see, I have put the final version here for your reference, social.100jsprojects.com. You can come here and visit the final version and get familiar with the website. Also, I created all the diagram related to the project using the eraser.io application. So we're going to follow this diagram to create our pages, routes, components, APIs, and etc. So everything I had put here so we can easily do our work. So let me zoom a little bit. So we're going to start with the installation of Next.js. We're going to create a folder called next.social, and we're going to create the pages related to our application inside the apps directory. So I'm going to separate the authentication and others using a folder, two separate folders. I'm going to show you why I'm doing that. So let's start with the installation part. So we're going to go to Next.js website. We just search Next.js. We can go to nextjs.org. So here we click on Get Started and we go to Installation tab. Here we can see that we can install Next.js using this utility. We can copy this one. And first thing first, I want to create a folder called next-social in my desktop. So I'm going to create it inside this folder project, next-social. And I'm going to open the Visual Studio Code here and using this default folder. Let's increase the size. Now we have this folder as a default folder here inside the Visual Studio Code, and then I'm going to open the terminal using Ctrl backtick, and we're going to paste that utility npx create next app latest. Here is asking me to install Next.js. I'm going to say yes. He said, what's your name of the project name? I already created the folder. I don't want to create a new folder, so I'm going to put this dot here. I don't want to use TypeScript. You're going to use slinked to check the code correction. And then we're going to have Tailwind CSS, src folder, and app router. And also we're going to have the default alias for easily import packages in different components. So here we're installing now the React DOM Next, and also some dev dependencies for Tailwind CSS. All right, so the installation is completed. Now we have a folder called src, and inside that we're going to have a folder called app. Here we have a file called page.js, which represents the home page of our application. So in order to run the application, we can first, let's clear this, and we can just use npm run dev to run the application. It's running on the local server called localhost 3000. So we can open this one in the browser. As you can see, now we have our application with the default, the page saying Next.js, get started by editing src app page.js. So let's bring this one to the right side and our application to the left side. So we can go to, as you can see, src app page.js. And here, whatever change we do, we see here, I want to delete everything and just add a React functional component using this snippet RFC. Let's change this one to home. As you can see, now we have this home here on the right side. So it's working. And if you want to have that RFC, you need to install an extension called ES7 React Redux React Native. You just search this one, install this, and you can get that RFC here. In order to be sure that Tailwind CSS is working, we can just add a class name here. We can change the text color. You can just say text red 500. If you see the change here, you can see we are sure that Tailwind CSS is working. Otherwise, you need to do the steps again. So now here we have this. We need to actually add a GitHub repository for our application because we need later to use this GitHub repository to deploy our application to Vercel. So I'm gonna go to my GitHub. So go to github.com, make sure you are logged in, and here you can just go to click on this plus icon and add a new repository. So here I'm gonna create a new one. I just call it Next.social app. We just say social media app created by Next.js and Clerk. Next.js, MongoDB, and Clerk. So we can keep it public or private, but I want to keep it public so you can have access to this GitHub repository and see the changes in the application. We can just click on the create repository. So we can add these 3 lines of codes to push our application here. So we can copy these 3 and we go to our Visual Studio Code. First, we need to commit changes here. So I'm gonna say install Next.js and Tailwind CSS and create the first template. So here's the home page that's created and added. We can commit and then we can add that GitHub repository, that codes that we have added, the 3 lines of code, and we press enter. This is going to upload everything to the GitHub. Now here, if we refresh the page, we can see that everything is added in this GitHub repository. Now we have 2 commits. First is created automatically by Next.js. The next one is created by us, install Next.js and Tailwind CSS and create the first template. So in the next section, we're going to create the pages and routes. I'm going to use this eraser.io as a reference. And also I'm going to share the link of this eraser.io with you. You can check this link and also you can use the same diagram and easily create the project. So see in the next section for creating the pages and routes. All right, in the last section, we have installed Next.js and Tailwind CSS and create our first template. In this section, we're going to create the pages and routes of our project. If you look at the eraser.io diagram, you can see for creating the pages, we have to add some folders and files inside the app directory. I changed the structure here in order to separate the authentication and the other routes. So the folders is going to be separated So in order to do that, we created two folders with the name, one with auth with parentheses and others with parentheses. Parentheses helps you to ignore that page. So for example, we don't have /off/sign in. It's just gonna be /sign in. The parenthesis is going to be ignored, but it's going to help us to organize our application. We're gonna create the authentication in the next section, but now we're gonna create the other section. I'm gonna show you. So for the home page, in the others, we just create a file called page.js or page.jsx, and this is going to create our home page /. Then we're gonna have a layout here. So each folder has their own layout because I don't want to have the sidebars for the authentication. So the layout for sidebars is going to be only applied for other pages rather than authentication. I'm going to show you in the final version. So as you can see here, we have left and right sidebars. But if we log out and we go to the sign-in page here, you can see that inside the sign-in page, we don't have the left sidebar and the right sidebar. So in order to achieve that, we need to have two layouts. So one layout for the authentication, which is going to ignore all the sidebars, and one layout for the others. For other pages like post, user, and search, we're going to have some dynamic routing. For example, we have in the final version, we have /post / the ID of the post, which is going to be the ID of this post. It's a MongoDB ID. So it's going to be post, another folder with the bracket ID, not parentheses, it's different. And then we're going to have page.js, which is going to create that /post / the ID. For the users, is similar. We're gonna have /username. So here, if you click on this user, as you can see, it's /users / the ID or the username of the user, which is unique. And for the search, we're gonna have search / the search term and then page.js, and then we're gonna see it like this. So if I search something, for example, code, we can see that we have /search / code. So let's create these pages in our application. So we need to create a folder called parentheses others. Then we're gonna have a layout, page.js, and etc. Let's create them. So we go to app.js. App folder. I'm gonna create another folder called others. Then we're gonna have another this page and this layout. I can easily just put it inside that and use them for others. We're gonna create one for authentication. The global CSS can stay inside the app directory. That's fine. And then for the page.js, so that is the home page. And also we're gonna have, let's see this one is working or not first. So it's not working because we changed the layout position and now this font is not available. So inside the layout.js, we have some fonts which is imported from here. So we need to change the source for them. So we need to go back one time. And the global.css as well. Let's see. Okay, now we don't have an error. Okay, so the other pages we want to create is post.js. So we're going to have a folder called post. Then we're going to have a folder called ID. And then we're going to have a file called page.js or JSX. Let's create a React functional component. And then we call this one post page. And then we're going to have another folder called users. And then we're going to have username. And finally, page.jsx. That is going to be user page. Let's check. So we have posts, post / for example, is random ID. As you can see, we get the post page. Then we're gonna have some user. So user page. So it's working. And so we have this now, these pages. We have created this layout. So what we want to do in the next section is to add our sidebars. So we're going to have the left sidebar and the right sidebar. So we can add the authentication in the following section. So let's add this one to GitHub. So these things we have added is going to create. So let's make it capital, create pages and routes. And commit and push. So in the next section, we're going to work on the sidebars. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have created the pages and routes. In this section, we're going to work on the left and right sidebars. So if you look at the final version, you can see that we have here a search bar, a news feed section, and the left side. And we're gonna make the left side like a sticky. And these pages are going to be available in every pages. For example, anywhere we go, except the sign in and sign up page, we can, so we're gonna create later. We're gonna have these two sections in both. So we're gonna add it inside the layout. So here you can see that we have a layout.js file inside the others folder, which is going to cover, we're gonna add all the components related to the left and right sidebar, which is going to be available in all these 4 pages: homepage, post, user, and search pages. So let's go to our layout.js. But before we add it here, let's create some components. I'm gonna create a folder called components inside the src folder. And here we're gonna create our components. So let's create the first component, which is left sidebar.jsx. Let's create it. Let's create another one, right sidebar.jsx. So we're gonna add these two files inside the layout.js here inside the others folder. So here inside the body, we're gonna have a div. Let's change this layout to layout.jsx. So we can get some suggestion here for div. So we're gonna have a div, and inside this div, we're gonna have another div, and we're gonna put these children, which is all the page inside the children. And then at the top of these children, we're gonna have the left sidebar. So this is going to be the left sidebar. We're gonna import it, and after this, we're gonna have another div, and this is going to be the right side. Let's check what we get here. So inside the final version now, we have the left sidebar, right sidebar in all pages. Let's check inside the home page. We have it. In the users page, we have posts and search. Search. Let's check. The search was post/search, post/search term. Let's see why we don't get it. Oh, I haven't created the search page yet. That's okay. We can create it later. Oh, let's create it now. So it's very quick. We create this search page. Search post/search term. /page.jsx. This is going to be the search page. Okay, now let's try to go to the search page. Okay, you see the search page, left sidebar and right sidebar. Now we need to add some styling to bring them left and right. So in this project, I'm not going to focus on the styling part. So I'm going to just paste them here. So I'm going to skip the explaining the styling because I think it's very simple. And we're going to focus mostly on the functionalities. So we can skip these parts and then make the projects shorter and easier for you to learn. So let me just paste the styling here. So we just made it added some flex 1 for the children, and we made the left side to be size of the screen and a sticky at the top. So let's see what we get now. As you can see, the left sidebar is here. We have the search page and then right sidebar. If you go to, for example, home page, that's the same thing. Now let's complete the left sidebar. So let's go to left sidebar.jsx. If you look at the final version, we can see that the left sidebar is just an icon for the home page, for the logo, and then some icon for the home page, and we have a button here. So for the icons, I'm going to use the React icons package. You can get it if you search React icons. This is the page for that. As you can see, they have all the icons from different places, so you can find here. For example, for the X or X Twitter, if you search, you can see the icon is here. You can easily get it. Okay. So in order to have that, we're gonna install it. We can use that npm install React icons, and we just get the icon and put it inside our project. So I'm gonna here install the React icons, and for the left sidebar, let me grab the code and I explain it to you real quick. Okay, let me paste the code. So we have an icon from React Icons, which is FAXT Twitter. As you can see from here, if you search this icon here, you can see I'm using this icon. And you can easily import that and use it in your application. So it's very simple. So that's the icon. And also we have a link tag, which is going to, when we click on the icon, we're going to send us to the home page. And also we have an icon for the home and which is going to redirect us to the home page. And finally, we have a button saying the sign in. Let's check. It doesn't look correct. Let me check. All right, it's now working. I just need to refresh the page. There was some problem here. And let's see the final version. We get the left sidebar. Let's work on the right sidebar now. Let's go to the right sidebar. So for the right sidebar, we're gonna have a search bar and also the news section. Let's first create this. Let's just create the let's add a div here. We want to keep this one at the top, so I'm going to just choose sticky top 0, and let's make the background to be white and add some padding of 2. So here we're going to have a form with no action, but when we submit it, we want to call a function called handle submit. Let's create this function at the top. So just create it like this. And inside the form, we're going to have an input with a type of text. We're going to have a placeholder saying search. And we're going to have a value. So in order to have a value, I want to use a use state, a React hook. For using a hook, we need to change this. Instead of server, we need to create a client component. The reason we are doing that, because when we have an interaction in our website, like clicking or submission, or if we used some states, we need to add use client. Otherwise, it doesn't work and it's gonna give us some error. So here, we're gonna create a state called input, and the initial value is going to be empty. We're gonna import user state at the top, and then here we're gonna have, let me just bring this one down. We're gonna have a value of input, and when we change it, we're gonna set the input to the value of the input. And then let's prevent the default behavior of refreshing the page by adding the E that prevent default. And then we wanna, if there is no input, and then we want to trim the input. So we don't want to submit the space. So we're going to say trim. If something like this happened, we're going to return. So we're not going to submit the form. Otherwise, we're going to go to a page. So in order to go to some pages, we need to import a package called, import a hook called useRouter from Next navigation. And then we want to initialize it here. Once we initialize it, here we want to use it to go to the /search/ that input. So let's see. Now this is the form. We're gonna style it later, but if we write down something and then press enter, okay, it's not working. Okay, it's working now. So whatever, for example, if you are on the home page and then I submit this form, it's going to be /search/ this term. Any term, it's going to be here. Let's add some styling here. So I'm just wanna add this here. Let's refresh the page. Let's see if we apply it correctly. Let's see the final version. It should be like this. So the background is gray. Let's change the background to more gray. It's not applying here. All right, I find the problem. I don't know why I choose this folder name component instead of components, and it was just messing up my Tailwind CSS, but I don't know why. Is it important to have this S at the end? Still, if I figure out later, I'll let you know, but I don't know why. But now everything is working nice. I just styled this, applied this style, and if you search something, it's going to be that search page. Let's work on the news section. So I'm gonna create another folder, another file called news.jsx. Let's create this and add it inside the right sidebar after this div. Okay, we have this news here. Let's go inside this news. For the news API, I'm using a free news API. If you search free news API, I'm using, I can't find him. Let's search his name. Saurav. Okay, this Saurav.tech. So this is a free news API. You don't need any registration or API key. So we're gonna use this one to get some news about politicians and etc. So here, as we have some interaction, we need to create this one in the client side as well. And then we're gonna have a piece of state called news. So which is going to be an empty string at the beginning. And this is going to come from React user state. And then we're going to have another piece of state, which is the number of news, or we just call it article num. And I'm gonna make it 3 at the beginning. Then we wanna just fetch the data from the news API. We just say use effect. I don't know why it suggests me this one for importing. That's a bit weird too. I don't know what happened today. That's weird. Let's see. So we're gonna use use effect, and then we're gonna fetch data from that API I mentioned, which is HTTPS Saurav.tech news API top headlines category, and I want to use the category business, and you want to use the US. You can use any other countries. The JSON. Let's close this, and then we want to get to convert it to JSON. Then we get the data and set the news to that data.articles. Let's close this. We're gonna call this each time the page is refreshed. So here, let's just show the articles. I just want to show you first the news that slice. I want to get the based on the number of article number, we can loop through it. And then we want to have, let's add a div. And inside the div, we're going to have, for example, let me show the article title first. I want to check if it's working or not. Okay, now, as you can see, we are getting the title, description, and etc. So we're getting the first 3, and then we want to add it by adding a button. Let me paste the code here. So we're gonna have a title called "What's Happening," and then we're gonna when we click on the news, we're gonna go to the URL. We're gonna click on the URL, and it's going to open it in a new page. So target is underline blank. So we want to show the title at the top, and then the source name, and also we want to show the image, and we're gonna have a button. So when we click on load more, we're gonna increase the number of articles by 3. So let me show you here the results. So now we have this one. If we press on load more, we're gonna see more articles. Okay. So that's it for creating the sidebars. That was not the important part of the project. I just want to quickly create them. The next section, which is a very important section, is to add the authentication. We want to use Clerk to add the sign up functionality, and also we want to get the user data, and also we want to add them to the MongoDB once they are signed in and registered. So let's add this one to the GitHub. So here's, we want to add all of them, and we just say add the sidebars of the project, or add the sidebars component. So we can commit and push. I just want to mention again, when we go to GitHub, GitHub of this page, which I recorded here, next social that underline app, we can see all the commits. And if you have any problem, you can just come here and grab the code and compare your code with here. And also I want to add the final version. To here, so you can just check the final version. Okay, so that's it. So in the next section, we're going to add the authentication using Clerk. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have created the sidebars of our project. So now we're going to complete the authentication part using Clerk. And we're going to have this sign in and sign up pages. So here in the eraser, you can see we need to create a folder called parentheses off. And then inside that, we're going to have different layout with the two pages, sign in and sign up. We need to add two extra folders with double bracket sign in and the page.js to create that. This is the format recommended by Clerk to create the sign in and sign up page. So you can use the link in the description of the video to go to the Clerk website. So here I'm gonna go to Clerk, and then here we can go to, you can sign up for free and then go to your dashboard. And then here we're gonna create a new application. So I'm gonna create a new application. Just wanna call it Next Social App. I'm gonna add the email, username, Google, Facebook, and GitHub. There are a lot of options you have. You can easily connect with your Clerk. And once you create this, you can just create the application. Here for the Next.js, we need to install it. Use this command to install Clerk. And then we need to add these codes to our environmental variables to protect them from releasing in places like GitHub. And then we want to create a middleware, add this code. And finally, we need to add the Clerk provider in our layout.js file. So let's first copy this code and paste it in our application to install Clerk. And then we're going to add these two to our environmental variable. So here I'm going to add an environmental variable in our root directory. So I'm going to create a file called .env.local. So I'm going to paste this. And also I want to make some example for you. So when you come to my GitHub repository, you can see the example of .env. So I'm going to paste this one. This is going to be uploaded in the GitHub, but this one is going to be ignored. So I'm going to just make it like this. So you have some sample for your project. So these two files are added inside our environmental variables. Then we're gonna have this middleware file. I'm just gonna copy it. We need to add the middleware here inside the src folder. So middleware.js. So let's create the file here, middleware.js. I'm gonna paste the code here. So we have this, and in the final place, we're gonna add the Clerk provider in our layout.js file. So this file. So we go to layout.jsx here inside the others. I'm gonna add it here at the top. So Clerk provider, we need to import it at the top and cover everything here. And this is going to need to be added in both places. This is the others. We need to create another folder for sign in and sign up and add the same Clerk provider. But for now, that is enough. Also, what else we need is the loading effect. So we want to be sure. First thing first, this import is wrong actually. This one should be Clerk / Next.js. We don't need the extra things here. And also we need to add the Clerk loaded and loading. So we want to have a loader when the information is coming from Clerk. So here we need to add that loader. So I'm going to create another component called loader.jsx. Let me just paste this loader. That is a very simple loader. It's just the animate span when it's just the div with the border at the top, so which is going to span. So I'm going to show you. Let me close everything first. It's getting confusing, and let me add this inside the layout. Let me show you the loader first. So if you look at the final version here, here, and if where is the loader? So let me add it somewhere else. Okay, you can see the loader here. It's just a spinning. So now inside the Clerk, inside this layout, after this body, I'm gonna say if the Clerk loading, let's add this loader. Let's bring the loader inside this. Otherwise, we want to see the application. We want to see the children. So let me bring this one here under this. And then here, we want to have this. No, sorry, this one should be here at the top in the body section, and everything else should be rendered when the clerk is loaded. So we just say clerk loaded, and we just cover everything with that. So now, as you can see, sometimes you see the loader. Okay. So now we don't have the application completed, but mostly when we don't have the information about the authentication, we see the loader and then the page is going to be shown. So that's it for this part. So now when we click on this sign in page, we want to go to that clerk sign in page. So let's continue with the Next.js guide. So here's how to build our sign in and sign on pages for Next.js application. So we're gonna have a sign in page and sign up page like this. So I'm gonna just copy this. So inside the app, we're gonna have another folder called auth. And then inside this folder, I'm gonna add a folder called sign up and then a folder with the sign up bracket and then page.jsx. So, and then I want to add this code. Okay. Let's add the other one for the sign in. So sign in. Let's paste this code. Okay. And then in the next step, we need to add, I think we did this middleware so far. That's not important. We need to these two inside our environmental variables. So we just go to .env.local. We add this one here, and also I'm gonna add it to the example as well. You don't need to create this example. This is just for sample. And let's see what we get here. So now I want to try to go to the sign in page. Sign-in. Okay. Okay, so Clerk provider. So we have created this two file, but we didn't add any layout for the Clerk provider. So inside the layout.js, or we can just call this one JSX. This one, we had one inside the others, but inside the layout.jsx, we didn't add the Clerk provider. So we need to go here and add the Clerk provider. This one. And also I want to add the same system, the loading and loaded. So let me grab that one from the other layout here. So we're gonna say if so let's add it here. I didn't copy that one correctly. So let's close this one and then put the children inside that. So now let's import these three. And also the loader. Let's see. Now we get this layout. As you can see, the text is a little bit weird and the styling of the Tailwind CSS is not applied here because this layout doesn't import our global CSS, which is here. We need to import the global CSS and add it here. So let me import. Let's get it from the other one. So we need to import the global.css at the top. And then we wanna, I think now it should be fine. Now we get the correct styling. And then I wanna add this one in the center. So what I wanna do here is I'll go to the sign in and sign up. I wanna add some styling here. So I wanna just cover this one with a div. And then here I want to add some class name to bring it to the center. Let's do the same thing for the sign up page. Okay, let's see what we get. Okay, now it came to the center. This is sign in page. This is the sign up page. That's fine. We got everything. So now in our application, inside the sidebar, when we click on this button, I want to go to the sign in page. So there is a very simple solution for that. Clerk is going to provide us with the sign in button actually. So we need to go to the sidebar component here, the left sidebar, and here in the sign in button, we want to apply that. So two things I want to add here. One is the sign in and one is the sign up. So I'm going to import two things here. So we're going to import, let me add a bracket. So here we're going to import sign in from Clerk, and also we want to add sign up. Sign. See, this one is not sign in, it's signed in. So add ed here. So signed out. And also we want to have the sign in button. Sign in button. So three things we need to have. And also we want to have the sign out button. I want to show you what I mean by these three things, these four things. So we want to add a condition here. So inside this button, instead of this sign in, I'm going to say if the person is signed in, it means they are authenticated. We want to say sign out. But if the person is signed out, we want to say sign in button. So here now, as you can see, now we have sign in. So when we click on it, we go to the sign in page. Let me sign in with one of my Gmail accounts. Let's change this one to English. So we just, for example, choose this one. And then we need to add a username. Let me add some username. So now we are in the home page. As you can see, now we have sign out instead of sign in. And once we click on it, we're gonna go outside. So now we can sign in again. So these are actually some buttons, sign in and sign up. So we do the opposite. If we are sign in, we go sign out. If we are sign out, we try the sign in. It's simple as that. So that was it for actually adding the Clerk authentication. In the next section, we're going to use the Clerk webhook to send the information in our application. So sync the Clerk data to our application with the webhooks. We're going to create an API hook, which when we sign in, they're going to send the information. So later we want to use this information to store the data in our MongoDB database. So let's add this one to the GitHub. So now let's add everything, and then we're going to have a message for that. We can just say add authentication using Clerk. So we can commit and push. So see in the next section for adding the ability to sync Clerk data to our application. All right, in the last section, we have created the webhook for Clerk to send the data when something happened to the user, like creation, deletion, and edit. So in this section, we're going to sign up for the MongoDB and connect it to this webhook. So let's go to MongoDB website. We search MongoDB. We go to mongodb.com. Here we need to sign in with our account. So it's totally free. You can use it. There's no need to have the bank account or anything like that. So I'm going to sign in with my Gmail account related to MongoDB. And once you do that, you can come up here and then create a new project here. Create a new project. I'm going to call this project. Let's wait a little bit. All right, here we just put the project name. For example, I call it Next dash. Just be sure that always put dash. If you put a space, you're gonna have some problem later. Next social app. You can click on next. Here we click on create project. All right, the project is being loaded. We need to wait. All right, so here we click on create a cluster. All right, here we just choose the free one. It has enough storage for us to test our application. We can just leave everything like this. And so we just click on create deployment. Bicycle. All right, so here is asking us to have a connection. So my IP address is added as a enabled for local connectivity. We can change it later. And here's the username and password. I'm gonna just copy my password and create database user. Once you create that, you can choose a connection method. For example, I want to use the driver. We need to install MongoDB. I'm going to install it. So here we can install MongoDB, and also we need to install Mongoose. So I'm going to install both of them. And once you do that, we need to get our application string here. So let's let the cluster to be created. All right, the cluster is created. Let's connect. Now, when we click here, we can see our application is string. It doesn't have our password, but I already copied my password. So we need to get this code and bring it to the MongoDB, bring it to our localhost environmental variable. I'm gonna add it here and just call it MongoDB URI, and then paste the code here. We need to change the password. I get my password and paste it here. Okay. And also let me add this one to the example so you can have it. Okay. So the next step, if you look at our eraser.io, you can see that inside the src folder, we need to create a folder called lib or library, and then we're gonna have action models and MongoDB. We're gonna create a file called mongoose.js, and we're gonna connect to the MongoDB when we have a request to our application. So let's create this. We go to Visual Studio Code, and then here I want to add inside the src folder, I want to add a folder called lib, and then we're going to have what was it? MongoDB and then mongoose.js. So let's change this. Lib MongoDB mongoose.js. Okay, it didn't create it. Let's create it again. Lib MongoDB mongoose.js. Okay. So here we're gonna connect to our application. So we need to first import Mongoose from Mongoose. Then we want to create a variable because we don't want to connect to the MongoDB over and over. If it's already connected, we want to pass that. So it's going to save some executions. So here we're going to set it to be false, and then we're going to export a function here. We call it connect. This is going to be synchronous, and then we just use MongoDB, mongoose.set method. And then we want to use a method called strict. A strict query. And we set it to be true. Then we want to, first we just check if the initialized, we want to say, we're going to console log already connected to MongoDB and return. Otherwise, we want to connect. So we want to use a try and catch method. So if there is an error, we want to console log the error. So I'm going to add a console log error connecting to MongoDB, and we're going to show the error. And for the try, we want to use await, and then using mongodb.connect, we want to pass our MongoDB URI, which we got, and put it inside the .env file. And then we want to set the DB name. We set it to be next-social-app. Then we want to have some method like these methods for preventing the error. Maybe in the future we don't need to add them because we are getting some warning for them, but just in case we add them in the future, if there is no need for them, you can just remove them. So now and we got just console log connect to DB and also set the initialize to true. Let's see why we are getting an error. Okay, we didn't close this function. Okay, now so that is fine now. So we have done with the mongoose.js. Now we need to create the model for the user. We want to have the model which is some kind of rules for our users. For example, user should have first name, last name, and etc. So we're gonna define them. So if something else happened, we're gonna get an error. So we're gonna define some rules for that. And later we're gonna have some action, which if we trigger something in the webhook, we wanna add, for example, create, delete, or edit our users inside the MongoDB. So first, let's create the model. So inside the lib, I'm gonna create another folder called models. And then inside that folder, we're gonna create that model. We just say models, and then we're gonna have user.model.js. So it can be user.js, but this one is going to help us later to understand the files more. So now let's create the model. So we just say import mongoose from mongoose. We're gonna create the user schema using mongoose.schema method. So I'm gonna open here. We want to get the clerk ID because we want to save the clerk ID in our application. Sometimes we want to verify the user, which we want to know the user is authenticated or not. So we want to save that, which is required. And also we need to make it unique. After the clerk ID, we want to have, for example, email, which is going to be string. And we don't want to make it required because a clerk sends sometimes more than one email because a person can register with different emails, and we don't want to make it unique as well. So we just set it to be a string, and we're gonna get the first name. First name can be required. Then we want to have last name. We want to have username. Username should be unique, but Clerk is going to check it to be unique. We don't need to add it here. So we have some protection there. And then we're gonna have avatar. We set it to be required too. And two other things we want to add is the followers and following. For the followers, the type is going to be the same as the user. So we're gonna set it to be inside a bracket. And then we just say the type is going to be refer to this user. So the same type. So followers gonna have the ID of the users, and following as well. So here we're going to have the type and default value, which is going to be an empty bracket. And the next one is following. So that's exactly the same. And also we want to save the time of the creation and time of the edit. So we're going to have a timestamp true. Timestamp true, which is going to automatically save. I think I made a mistake here. Timestamps, sorry. So here we have added this, and then we're gonna close this. I think I don't need this. Okay, let's check. So there is a okay, this one is not necessary. So now that's fine. And then we're gonna export that. We create a const user, and we want to check if the mongoose.modal exists. We want to use it, otherwise we want to create it. So this is going to save us as well. So otherwise we're going to create a model based on this user schema, and then we're going to export that user. So now we can use this user to create for our action. So in our action, we want to use this model to create it, to update it, or delete our user. All right, now the next step is to create a folder called actions. And then inside that, we're going to create a file called user.js. And here we're going to have our actions for creation, edit, and deletion of the user. So let's create that. Inside the lib, I'm going to create a folder called action, and then or actions, and then we got user.js. And then here we're going to import our user model that we have created. Then we want to connect to the MongoDB. We have created this connect function here. We're going to use it here. So, and then we're going to create a function called, we want to combine the creation and update of the user. So we just say create or update user, which we're going to get some information from Clerk and then save them here. So here we need to get some information from Clerk. I want to show you what I mean by that for the information. Here we go to dashboard, we go to configure, and then we go to webhooks. There are some examples here if some thing happened. For example, event catalog. We have different things. For example, if I search a user dot created, when user is created, some data is returned for us, and here we can see some example. So we get some information. For example, we get the email addresses, which includes different email, and then we have like last name, image URL, and ID. So these information we get from Clerk, we want to save them inside MongoDB. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code here. So we're gonna get the ID. We want to get the first name. So as you remember, it was first underline name. And then we have the last name. Here's the last name. We get the image underline URL. We have email addresses, underline addresses, and also we get the username. So once we have this, we want to connect to the MongoDB, and then we want to create the user. We await. We're gonna find one and update. You want to pass the Clerk ID. And also we want to use a method called set. So set is going to help us. If the user is not created, it's going to create it for us. If it's created, it's gonna just update the user. So here we're gonna have this, and we're gonna have set method. So set method is going to, for example, you want to save these informations like first name, which is first underline name. Then we have last name, avatar. We have email, which is email.addresses. And then here we have email underline address. Then username, which is the same name, because in this model we have username. In the Clerk we have username too, so you just say username. You don't need to change it. Close this, and then we want to add some method, which is new true, and also upsert true, which is going to update when the user is not created, which is going to create when it's not update when the user is created. Before, if it's not created before, we're going to create it. So we're going to use these two methods, and new is going to return the new updated information. And then we're going to return the user. I want to add these things in a try and catch, actually. So before this await, I want to add a try and catch method. So I'm going to just copy everything and bring them inside that try. And then inside the catch, I'm going to just console log the information. Error creating and updating the user. We're going to close this. And then this was for creation and update. And then we want to create for the deletion. So we're going to export another function called delete user. We want to get the ID, and then we want to use a try and catch, connect to the database, and then we want to use find one and delete method, and we want to pass the Clerk ID and close this. Let's catch the error and console log the error. So these were the two actions we have created for the user. Now we want to use these actions inside the Clerk hook to send the data and save the data or update the data. So we go to the Clerk hook. We made it inside the src folder. Let me close everything. Let me close these files first. So inside the src folder, inside the app, we made it inside the API webhooks route.js now. So for the user created, user updated, and user delete. So we want to use our application. So here we can combine the user create and update. So we just say if user is created or user is updated, we want to get the information from the clerk, which is inside this event.type. So event.type we have here. So first thing first, we want to protect this one. If we don't have the event, we want to protect these things. And then here we want to have a constant. We want to get the ID, first name, last name, image URL, email addresses, username, and these are coming from the event.data. I'm going to protect this and we say data. So we get this information. Now we want to use that action to create the user inside the MongoDB. We're going to use the try and catch a statement. We just here console log error creating and updating user and put the error here. Also, we want to have a response because this is an API. So we're going to return a new response with the message error occurred, for example, and then we're going to status of 400. Let's see, we have some error here. So try, okay, we didn't finish the try. So here, we want to use the function that we have created, create or user, create or update user here. And then this is going to be the user. So we want to pass this information that we get from here, ID, first name, email address, username, and then we want to pass this information. This is going to create our user. So once this one happened, what else I want to do is when the user is created in MongoDB, we get the MongoDB ID. So each user has a unique ID in MongoDB. We want to add this MongoDB ID inside Clerk. So I want each user, for example, this user, I want to have the information here inside the user metadata. I want to have some information we want to add it, which is the MongoDB ID. When it's created, we want to add the MongoDB ID. So here, we just say if the user is created, also we want to do it only for creation, not for the update. Because if we do for update, this is going to be a loop because we add something to metadata. This is going to trigger the update, and then update is going to trigger this one. It's going to be an infinite loop. So we just say if user is created and also event type is equal to created, because we want to only do it when it's created. Then we want to have a try and catch. Let's close this first. Inside a try, we want to save the data. We just say await clerk client. I think we need to import it at the top. Clerk client comes from Clerk Next.js server. Let's import at the top. Import Clerk client. And this is coming from Next.js /server. Okay, dot users. And then we're gonna update the user metadata. We want to pass the ID of the user, which is coming from Clerk, and then we want to update. What we want to update is just we want to update its public metadata, and then we want to pass that MongoDB. I just want to call it user Mongo ID, which is user._ID, which is coming from MongoDB. Close this, and then for the error, we can just console log the error. So that was it for creating and creation and edit. For the delete, which is here, we want to get only the ID from the clerk, and then we're gonna try and use the delete user method to delete it. And if an error happened, we want to just console log the error. That's it. And then here we want to close. Okay, let's see if we completely made it. There is an error here. I think it's okay. Okay, I think it's fine. We can test this. First thing first, we want to go to Vercel and we update our environmental variable. We just go to setting, environmental variable. We get our .env.local and we add it here. Save this. And also in our MongoDB, we want to go to the network access. We want to add, we want to allow from everywhere, which is 000, and confirm that. And then we want to deploy these changes. So we just create a message, add MongoDB and save users from Clerk. So I'm gonna commit and push it. So this is going to be deployed. If you go to, let's see, we have added the MongoDB URI. Let's go to deployment. Now, let's refresh the page. Okay, now the new deployment is happening. Okay, now the deployment is completed. Let's try our application. So if you go to now to our database in MongoDB, let's refresh the page. Okay, we go here to browse collection. As you can see now, our collection is empty. So if you check the overview, we can see now there is no request or anything in the last 6 hours. So now, before doing anything, I want to delete the users first so we can be sure that our action is working. So I'm going to delete the users from the Clerk. Okay. So now we go to our application, the localhost 3000. As you can see, we are logged out. I'm going to sign in with the user. For example, this one. I choose a username, for example, my name, Sahand. And now we are logged in. Okay, if you go to Clerk and refresh the page, we should see a new user. Okay, so this one is going to send an information from the webhook. So if you go to webhooks, we should see some logs here. As you can see, the user is created just now. So now this one is going to send the information to MongoDB. We go to MongoDB. Let's go to our collection now. As you can see, the data didn't come. So we should see the reason here. One thing we can do is to go to Versal and check the logs here. So as you can see, there is an error for creating and updating user. Create or update user is not defined. Is not defined at route.js. Okay, so inside the route.js, we haven't imported this function, create or update user. We need to import that. And also, I think we need to import this delete too. Okay. Let's see. Okay, we have imported that. So we're gonna update this one and then put it inside the gonna commit this, just say fix the import problem, and then you're gonna commit and push. Now we have to wait until this one is deployed again, and then we wanna test to see if it's working or not. Let's refresh the page here. Okay. All right, so deployment is completed. So let's try again. So I'm gonna delete this user again. And then I'm gonna just create it. Let's sign in. The same user. Okay. Okay, we should see a new user here. Now let's go to MongoDB and we refresh this database. As you can see, the user is successfully created inside the MongoDB. So here we have the information like this ID is created automatically by MongoDB. We have the Clerk ID, we have the avatar, email, first name, last name, followers, and following, which is empty for now. Then we have the username. And just this ID should be added to the Clerk as well. So here we can see that the end of this one is 9B6. So let's go to this user. And here at the end, you can see the user metadata. We have user MongoDB ID, which is ending with 9B6. So that's working fine. And let's try to do other things. For example, update and things like that. For example, here, I wanna, let's update it here. For example, username, I choose it to be, I just add Sahan2 and we save it here. Later in the application would be similar. We update here, we see it in MongoDB. So in the MongoDB, we refresh this. All right, so you can see the user is updated as well. Let's try to delete. So here we're gonna delete the user. Let's go back here. Let's delete this user. And then let's check the MongoDB. We're gonna refresh this. As you can see, now we don't have any users in our database. So everything is working fine. Okay, that's it. And one thing I think I made a mistake here is here we said if the user or the type is created. This one should be actually and, because I checked the logs here and there was a lot of user updated logs. So it's not normal. So we need to, I think, add this one. And so we're not gonna update this one over and over. Let me, this one, you see, fix route.js or Clerk webhook. So let's commit and push. So I want to now sign in again with different user. We see that logs happen again because this is kind of makes the server exhausted because it's just inside a loop here. As you can see, there are a lot of requests in 1 second even. Let's see the deployment. All right, so now let's test it again. I'm gonna sign in with a different user. This one. Okay, so now we should check. We go back to overview users. Now we have this user. Let's go to configure webhooks. I want to see if we have a repeated logs like before. Okay, user. Okay, user is created and also one time updated because we get the user information. But we don't have repeated logs here. That's a good sign. We have to fix that problem, which is going to be a big problem later if we couldn't fix it. Probably gonna exhaust our free tier in MongoDB and Vercel. So now we have this user with this public data, and also in GitHub in MongoDB. If you refresh the page, we should see that user data. Okay, now we can see that we have all information for this user inside the MongoDB as well. In the next section, we're going to work on this sidebar, as you can see from the final version. Let me sign in. We can see that we have this sidebar with the user data, and also we can manage our account using Clerk. So in the next section, we're going to complete this sidebar. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the MongoDB installation and connecting it to Clerk. In this section, we're going to complete the sidebar and we're going to add the mini profile here. So let's do that. We want to go to Visual Studio Code in our, if we go to the components, left sidebar. So here we're gonna have that mini mini profile. Let's create a new component called mini profile.jsx. Now let's add it here. So after this button and this div, we're gonna say if the person is signed in, we wanna have this mini profile. So we need to import it. So if you check our application, you can see now we see our mini profile. But if we sign out, we shouldn't see it. Okay, let's sign in again. Okay, now we see the mini profile. Now let's complete this mini profile. So for mini profile, we want to make this one in the client side because we want to have some interaction, like clicking on it and etc. So I want to make it client side, and we need to import some things from Clerk to get the user data, which is use user. So use user from Clerk, and then we're gonna get the data from the user, which we can get like this. So we get the user from use user, and then here we can just get the data from the user. For example, I want to show you. For example, you can get user.username. So here you can see the username of the user. If you remember, we just put the username like this. So I'm not going to spend time for creating it like a final version. I'm just going to grab it and then put it and explain the code. Okay, I've got the code. I want to paste it here. So you know how it works. So we have the use client at the top, and then we got the user information. Then we have a user button. So when we click on the button, this button, we're gonna open this menu, which is provided by Clerk, and then we can manage our account. So it's very simple. We added a h4 tag showing the user full name, and also we have a paragraph showing the user name, and we have a icon at the right side, which is like a dot icon. So now we see this user, and it's working fine. If I sign out, you shouldn't see the user anymore. Let's sign in with different account. You can see now the user is different. So let's add this one to the GitHub now. Other things I want to do before that is in the left sidebar. I think it's fine now. I just want to keep it at the left side. So it's working fine. This one too. So it's fine. You just add everything to the GitHub. We just create a new commit here. So let's add the message. We just say update the sidebar component to display user information. So we can commit and push. So in the next section, we're going to work on the input section. We want to add the input in the main page, in the home page, which we can capture like the text here and also this image, and also we want to add this button. So see you in the next section. All right, so in the last section, we have completed our mini profile on the left side. In this section, we're going to add this input here. So first we want to add something like this at the top saying home, and then we're going to have this input, which is going to have the image of the user, which is authenticated. So we can get this one from Clerk. And also we want to have a text area. You can extend this. And also we want to have an icon for uploading the image and a button here. So I'm not going to explain everything for the Tailwind CSS part, but I'm going to explain the procedure. So first thing first, we need to go to our home page, which is inside the others and page.js. Or you can change this one to page.jsx. It's the same thing. And at the top, we want to have that home. So this div, which is covering everything, we want to make this one in the maximum width of XL and MX Auto. We want to add these things. So first thing first, I want to make the minimum height to be screen. So we want to have the minimum height. We want to have the maximum width of XL. We want to bring it to the center using MX Auto. And then we want to have a border at the right side and border on the left side. Okay, and then we want to have that home saying home. So for that one, let me grab the code. So paste it here. It's just the h2 tag saying home, and then we're gonna have some background color and just some simple styling. After that, we're gonna have an input. I want to put the input in a different component because we want to make that component client side. So here we just say input.jsx. Let's create it, and then we just import it here. So just say input. Import it at the top. So now we want to create the input. So the input is going to be inside the client side. So here at the top, we just add use client. This one should be lowercase. And then what we want to get here is some information that we need from Clerk. So we need to get the information from Clerk. We just say import user from Clerk, and then we're gonna initialize it here. So we're gonna get the user, and based on this user, we want to have some information, and also we need some icon for our this icon here, this image icon, which is high outline photograph. Okay, this one. So now, so three things we want to get, not only user. We want to be sure that the person is already signed in. So is signed in, and also we want to get the is loaded. So if is not signed in or is not loaded, we want to just return null. Otherwise, we want to return the input component. So if it's not loaded or the person is logged in, we want to have that return here. So let me grab the code so we can explain it instead of wasting time typing it. Okay, so instead of this div, I want to paste that code. I want to explain it. So here we have an image. We get the image URL from this user, that image URL. And we have a text area. So later we want to have some unchanged event listener to track this. But for now, we just add that text area. And also we have that icon. And finally, we have a button for the post. We're gonna keep it disabled for now, but later we wanna make the disable if there is no text in the text area or there is no image selected. So if you look at our code, you can see now we get the image of the user. And also we have this text and this button. Very simple. And in the following section, first thing first, we want to add the functionality related to the uploading the image. Then we want to get all the information, including the text and the image URL. We want to submit it and save it inside our database, which in our case is MongoDB. So I'm saving time, just putting the code related to the styling, which is very simple. For example, this one, H11, you can click on it. I think you can use Ctrl space. If you press Ctrl space 2 times, you see the explanation of this code. H11 is height, 2.75 rem. So you don't need to memorize anything of them. They have a CSS equivalent and showing it here. So these are for the input. Let's add this one to the GitHub. So this is going to be our input. We just add everything here and we just say add input component and update the home page. So we can just commit and push. So in the next section, we're going to add the upload. We want to sign up for the Firebase storage and complete our file upload functionality. So I'm going to explain the functionality here. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed this input section. In this section, we're going to add the upload functionality. So first, we want to go to Firebase and sign up. Go to firebase.google.com. Let's choose my correct Gmail account. And here I go to console. It's totally free to use, so you don't need to worry about adding a bank card or anything else. You just create a project. I just call it Next Social App. So we don't need Google Analytics for that. We just create the project here. All right, it's created. So we just continue. So here inside our project, here we can create our application, which is a web application. I just call it Next-social-app. Register the app. Once you register it, you get the Firebase SDK which we can use. First, we need to install Firebase. So copy this code and paste it in our Visual Studio Code. And then here we want to use this SDK and paste it inside a file. If you look at here, our eraser.io, you can see that Firebase.js is inside the src folder. So inside the src folder, let's create a file called firebase.js and we paste the code. Here's we need to export this application, and the other things we need to add here is to hide the credential, especially the API key. So here I'm just want to cut this API key and put it inside our environmental variable. This is going to be next underline public what did I write? Okay, public underline Firebase API key. That's it. And then we paste this. We don't need this colon. We remove this colon and double quote. Remove that. We just use this one here and we put it here. We just remove this. We put it here. Process.env and we add it here. And also we need to come back to here, continue to console. And now we want to build a storage, which is here. And we can just get started. We want to go to the production mode. So we just choose a location and press done. Here inside our storage, we go to rules and change the rule. Now nobody is allowed to have access to our storage. You can see read and write is false. So what we do, I want to allow read for everyone, but for write, I want to just make some rules. We just say if request dot resource dot size is less than 2 megabytes, which is 2 multiplied by 124 multiplied by 124. And the other rule is request dot resource dot content type dot matches. We just want to allow the images. We just say this one should be a single quote image / dot and star. And then we're going to publish this. So once we publish it, we can use it. Now in our application, inside the input, let's close this Firebase. Inside the input.jsx, before the button or after this, I want to add an input, which is going to be with the type of file. So here in our application, we should see an input with the type of file. We can choose a file, but I don't want it be with this shape. I want to just click on this icon and choose a file. So here, we're gonna create a reference and then we're gonna refer to that one. So here inside this input, I want to create a refer to a reference. I want to call it image pic ref. We need to create it at the top. So And then we want to just accept images like this. And then we want to make it hidden. And also when we have some change here, we want to call a function called handle image upload, or let's call it add image to post. So let's create the function. And also we want to create that reference. So the image pic file is going to be with the useRef. We can create it. useRef is coming from React. So it's not working here. I'm going to import useRef from React at the top. And so now this is hidden, but once we click on this icon, we want to call that. So here inside this icon, I want to add an onClick event listener, which is going to set that reference and then say current.click. So when we click on this input, this icon, we're going to call this input. So let's try it. We're getting an error because we haven't created that function yet. So let's create that function so we don't get an error. So now if we choose this icon, we're going to choose file. So for example, in my desktop, I have some images. So you can see now we have these images. I can choose the images, but I cannot choose other files rather than image, like this file. So it's working. So now that we can choose the image, we want to upload it once we choose it. So we want to import some methods from Firebase, and based on these methods, we want to be able to upload the images. So what we want to do first is to add some use state React hook. So we want to have some hooks like image, file, URL, and we need to import use state. And also we need use effect later, so I'm going to import it. Okay, so we want to have this URL, and also we want to have the selected file. I want to explain what's the difference between them. So selected file. So we have selected file and a file URL. So once we select a file here, actually we are selecting that file. We are not selecting, we are not producing a URL. So you cannot show this image in our browser. If you look at the final version, if you choose an image, let me choose something on my desktop. If I choose an image, we can see that image here. So we want to have a URL to see the image before being uploaded. So first we select the file, and then once the file is selected, we want to convert it to a URL. And also we want to have some image file uploading use state. So we're going to say image file uploading, and we want to set it to be false at the beginning. So now we want to, once we choose the image, we want to convert that image to a readable file, which is a URL. So we get the file, which is e.target.files, and we get the first file if more than one file is selected. And if there is a file, we want to set the selected file to that file. And also we want to set that image file URL to url.createObjectURL.files, which is going to convert this file to a URL, which is going to be used to show inside our browser. So let's close this. I'm going to show you in a second what I mean by this. So in our final version, now before testing it, we need to add the image here. So after this text area, I want to show that image. So here, I want to say if there is a selected file, then show the image. So here, so we can accept that, but I want to just be sure everything is correct. So we're going to have an image with the source of image file URL and the alternative of selected image. And also we want to have a class name. I want to set the width to be, first thing first, I want to make it dynamic. We want to set the width to be full, and we set the maximum height to be 250 pixels. So let's close this in a way. Okay, now we have this, and also we want to make the object to be cover. So we keep the aspect ratio, and also we set the cursor to be pointer. So, and then we want to have a condition. We just say if image file is uploading, we want to we want to make it animated. So animate pulse. Animate pulse, and otherwise nothing happened. So let's see. Okay, now we need to bring this one here. Okay. Image file uploading. Image file uploading. Okay, it's working here. Okay. I think there was some spelling. Okay, now we have this, and also when we click on it, we want to remove that image. So inside this image, I want to add an on-click event listener. So let's bring this one here. Just say on-click. So this on-click event listener, we want to have two things. We want to set the file to null, and also the selected file to null. Okay. I think I missed one parenthesis here. Okay, now it's working. I think there is something missing here. Just, okay, I'll need to close a parenthesis after this image. Okay, this one should be here. There's backtick here. Okay. And after this one, we're gonna close this parenthesis. Okay, now it's working. So let's choose the image now. For example, this image. Okay, now we see the image. If we click on it, we remove the image. So it's working. Okay. But when we click and choose the image, we want to upload it. Okay, so Here, we want to add an events listener, use effect React hook. So once there is a file, we want to upload it. So we can create a logic here. We just say if there is a selected file, we want to call a function. For example, we call that function upload image to storage. And then we can call this one if there is a selected file. So let's create that function. So for the function, let me close this function so we don't get an error. So for the function, first we set the image file uploading to true. And then we want to have the storage. So we need to import some stuff from Firebase. So we just say import couple of things we need to import. First thing first, we need to import that app that we have created inside the Firebase.js here, this app. So we know who is uploading the image. So here we're going to import the app from Firebase. Then we want to import get storage reference, upload by resumable, get download URL, everything from Firebase storage. Okay, so now we have these things. So let's go back to the function. We get the storage. So now we get a better suggestion from GitHub Copilot because we have already imported the necessary things. So storage is going to be get storage, and we pass the app. And then we want to have the file name first. We just say file name, which is going to be something dynamic. For example, we can just add some date, get the current time, and then we make it plus the file. We can just add a underline or dash, and then we're gonna say selected file dot name. So based on the name of the file and also the current time, we can create a file name, and the storage reference is going to be this one. And then we're going to have the upload task, which is going to use the upload by its resumable method. And we're going to pass the storage ref and also the selected file. So once we do that, we can use a method inside the upload task. Just say upload task dot on. So this is going to be based on the state change. So any state change happens, we want to get the data, which is inside the snapshot. And then we're going to, first thing first, we want to get the progress data, how many percentage is going to upload. We can console log that. That's, we don't use it, we can just keep it in the console log. And then that's the only things we need here actually. And then we can get the error by just console logging the error. And also we want to set the file uploading to false. And also we want to set the image selected file to null and set the image file URL to null. So after this is done, and then we can get the URL, which is coming from the upload task.snapshot.ref. When we get the download URL, we can save it instead of that previous URL, because that was a fake URL. We just converted the file, but this is the real URL coming from the Firebase. We set it to be this one, and then we set the image file uploading to false. And then we can close this. Okay. I think that's it. We can test it now. Let's open this so we can see the console. Let's clear the console. Select an image. For example, this one. So as you can see, uploads is 0 done, and then now it's 100% done. So now if we go to Firebase, we go to files, we can see one image is uploaded with the file name and also the time of the creation, which is this file. So the upload is successful, and let's see if we can get some error. For example, if I choose something instead of an image, for example, I choose this file, this download.html. You can see now we are getting an error. User does not have the permission to access this. Unauthorized. So it's working. So in the next section, we're going to use this image that we got the URL and also the text inside this here. And based on them, we can create a post and send it to the MongoDB database. So let's add this one to the GitHub. So this is going to be add Firebase storage and complete file upload functionality. So we can commit and push. So see in the next section for storing the data from the post inside the MongoDB. All right, so in the last section, we have completed our input section here. In this section, we're going to add this data that we got from, that we uploaded the image. We want to get the data from this input and send it to our database, which is MongoDB in our case. So let's go back to our diagram here. So now we need to actually create a new model for posts. We have already created a model for user, but we need to create a model for post. After that, we need to create an API for sending the information to the post. So we need to create an API for the post. In this case, we want to create post and then create a route.js, which is going to be /API/post/create, which is going to create a new post for us. So we can start, first thing first, we want to add more, we want to get the information from the text area as well inside the input.jsx. So inside the input.jsx, I want to add more hooks at the top. So some hooks here we have added. Another one I want to add for the text. So I just want to call this one input. We set it to be an empty string at the beginning. And also we want to have something for loading, like this post loading. Okay, when we are uploading, we want to have the loading effect. So, and then we want to add some on-change event listener to the text area to handle the changes here. So first thing first, we want to add a value, which is input, and on-change event listener, which is going to change the input to the e.target.value, which is going to track the changes inside the text area. So now we have this input, and also we have this image, which is image file URL. We have two informations. We want to send it to our application. So to our MongoDB. So here, the other things I want to do, I want to disable this button for 3 reasons. First thing first, if the text dot trim, it means if there is a text without, if there is no text or there is a text only with a space, I want to disable the button. So if this one is equal to empty string, or if we are post loading, or when we are uploading the image, we want to disable the button. So 3 things here for disabling the button. Let me see if it's working. So now the button is disabled. If I write down something in the input, we should be able to see it. Let me refresh the page. Okay. So text is not. It wasn't the text. Sorry, it was input. Well, let me keep this one text and then change this one to text. I think that makes more sense. And then here inside the text area, this one is going to be text, and then set text to be this. I think that's better. So let me type something. Okay, now we can, this button is not enabled. And also if we are uploading an image, we see the button is disabled until the upload is completed. Now is enabled. So now we have the information for both the input and the image. Now it's time to submit the form. So we want to add an onClick event listener to that button. So once we click on it, we want to submit the form. We just say onClick, and we want to call a function called handle submit. So let's create this one at the top here. So it's not too difficult to create this. So we gotta handle submit. This is asynchronous. First, we wanna set the post loading to true once we submit it. So we're not allowed to submit 2 times. And then we wanna create a request. We want to fetch data, as I mentioned before, we want to fetch from API post/create. And we want to send, the method is post, and then the header is going to be content type application JSON. We want to send some information. First thing first, I want to send the information about the user Mongo ID. We want to save the ID of the user that is creating this one. But if you remember, we have saved the information of this user inside the Clerk. So we have the user Mongo ID inside Clerk. So we can get this one and use it here. So what we do here, I want to say user Mongo ID, which is going to be, we want to get the user from Clerk. So we import use user from Clerk, and then we want to initialize it here at the top. So we get the user. Actually we already got it before. So I haven't seen, sorry. So we have this user here. So we don't need to import it again. So here, this one is going to be user dot public metadata dot user mongo ID. The other things we want to save is name of the user, which is user dot full name, username. We want to send the text. We want to send the profile image of the user, which is going to be inside the Clerk user.image URL. And then we want to send the image that we have saved here, which is inside image file URL. Okay, we want to close this. Okay. After everything is okay, we want to set the post loading to false. Set the text to be empty, select the file to be null, image URL to null. And also I want to reload the page because once we submit it in the final version, these all posts are in the server side, and here this input in the client side. So if we do some changes here, we don't see the reflection inside the server side. So we need to reload the information from the server side as well. So we can do that by reloading the page. I'm gonna explain why later, that why we are doing that. And also there are some other solutions to not refresh the page. But here we don't have any other choices because we have a lot of client side and server side together. Like this text is from server side, these buttons are working the client side, so it's gonna be very complicated if you don't refresh it. But mostly in even big websites like x.com, when you create a new post, you see a refresh. So you can test it in the Instagram, X, Facebook, and etc. Even though they are all like no refreshing, but once something is added and they want to see the reflection, you see sometimes a refresh in the page. So here you see location the reload, which is going to refresh the page. Let's see what error we are getting. Okay, they are missing some. They are missing some closing. Here we're gonna close this. Okay. The error is gone. So now we have the information. We are sending it. We need to create this API route now. But before creating the API route, we need to create that. Before creating this API route, this API post create, we need to create the post.modal.js. So let's go to here inside the models. So we need to go to src. Let's close this. src. Lab models, and then we're gonna create a new model called post.modal.js. route.js. We're gonna import Mongoose from Mongoose. Let's create the post schema. It's similar to the one we did for the user. First one is text. So the text is type of a string and required. Then we have image with the type of string. Then we have user. We want to save the information of the user, which is with the type of mongoose.schema type object ID. And we're going to refresh to the user. And also it's required. Here. Required. True. So after the user, let's create the name. Name is the type of string and also required. After name, we're gonna have the username. Then we have the profile image. Then we have the likes. We want to save the people who like the post. That's fine. And then we want to have the comments. So later we want to save the comments as well. So comments is going to be with the type of, so we want to inside that we want to have the comment, which is the type of a string. Then we have the user, we have name, username, profile image, and the time of creation, created at, which is going to save the date now. So we want to close this, and also we want to close that. And the default value is going to be an empty array. So let's close, and also we want to add the timestamp true. Okay. And this is going to be the post. We want to check if there is a post model, we want to use it. Otherwise, we want to create it based on this post schema, and then we want to export the post. So now we have the post model. Based on this one, we want to create an API route. So we want to create a folder inside the API called post. Post is going to, and then we're going to create another folder called create, and then we have route.js. So let's create this. Let me close this. We go to app API. I want to create a folder called post, then create, then route.js. So for creating this one, we need to import some stuff. We need that post model. We just say import post from model, and we want to connect to MongoDB, so we import connect from mongoose.js inside the MongoDB. I feel that this one is wrong because 2 times go back. 1, 2. And then we need to go to the lib library. Okay, I think it's wrong, this one. So let me check this. So double this. And then we have another. We go to lib. Then models. That's correct. That's now okay. And also we need to get the current user from Clerk because we want to be sure that the user is creating the post is authenticated. So we say current user from at Clerk / Next.js, but inside the server because this API is inside the server. So we have these 4 things. So we want to export a constant with type of post because it's a post method, and this is going to be asynchronous. We want to get the request. We don't need the response. That's fine. And then first thing first, we want to get the user. So say user is equal to this current user. And then we want to have some try and catch. Inside a try, we want to first connect to the MongoDB. Let's close this so we don't get an error. That's fine. So we're going to connect to the MongoDB, and then we want to get the data from the body that we are sending. So here, inside the input, we send this one through the body, the information through the body. The way we get the body inside the here, we get it from the request.json. So we just say const data is equal to request.json. And we want to make a condition. We just say if there is no user, it means the person is not authenticated. So we want to check it. So if there is no user, or the user is not the same person inside the client side and the server side. So how do we check it? So we are getting the data from the Mongo. We are sending the data here, user Mongo ID. And also we can get this same data in the backend from this user. So we just say if the user.meta public metadata dot user Mongo ID is not equal to data.user Mongo ID. So this one is coming from client side. This one we are getting from the backend. So we want to sure that everything is legit. And then if this one happened, we want to return with the new response with the message unauthorized and the status code of 401. Okay. Otherwise, we want to create the post. So we just say const new post is equal to await. We want to use the post model that we have created, and then we use the method create. We want to pass the data, which are these data. We want to send the user, which is data.mongodb ID. We want to send the name, username. We want to send the text, profile image, and we want to send the image which is inside data.image, which is the image of the post. This was the profile image. So let's close this. So we created the new post. Now we need to save it. So here we're gonna say await new post dot save. And finally, we want to return a new response. And we want to stringify this new post. Return this new post. And with the status of 200. That's it. And once, if there is an error, we want to console log the error and also return a new response error creating post with the status of 500. Okay, this is the API route that we have created. I think we are ready to test our application. So we can go to here. Let's keep this one empty. I'm going to go to network, see the request here. First thing first, I want to just submit something without any image. So I just want to write down this one and then click on post. So as you can see, we are sending an request, but it was not successful. It was with the 400. Let's see the error. Let me remove that reload so we can see that error here. Here, I'm gonna comment it out first. Okay, let's see the, it says unauthorized. Okay, something wrong here inside the route. So let me check. So data.user Mongo ID, user.public metadata dot user Mongo ID is not equal. If there is no user, we get unauthorized. But as I see here, we are authenticated here. Let me sign out and sign in. Okay, there are some error here. We're gonna fix them. Let's sign in again. Okay, let's inspect this, go to network. Okay, so unauthorized. So what we can do here is to, instead of before sending this, we can check the error here as well. I'm gonna check this. So warning, that's not important. Okay, what I want to do here is to console log, because we are getting error here. So I'm gonna console log that user and also data. We see what we are getting here. So user plus data. I want to see which one is not coming, that making a problem. Okay. So let's try again. So this console is going to be in the server here. So I'm gonna clear this one. Let's post something else. Okay, let's check the error. Okay, so something is undefined. Okay. First thing first, actually we are getting the user, so that's fine. User is in the backend. So backend is working, we are getting the user, but in the front end, which as we are sending as a so here we are getting this user. I want to see the text data here. So user. Okay. Yeah, seems like this is not coming here. So this data. So I'm gonna console log. Oh, data is here. So let me remove this console log. And here I want to console log data. You see what we get here. Yeah, data. Yeah, seems like we are not sending anything. So we need to check our input that we are sending the body. So we go to input.js. So here we are sending this fetch request to here. We are sending this body, which is JSON.stringify. Okay, I find the problem actually. So here we didn't add a wait here because we need to wait until the request.json is created. So let's try this one again. So we just want to create a new post. Okay, now the response is 200. As you can see, the payload, we are sending this data, and the response is the new post. And if we check our MongoDB, we should see a new post. Okay, as you can see here, we have a new field here, posts, and this is the post. As you can see, the text is here. Image is null because we haven't uploaded anything, and we have the user. This is the user that is created this. If you check the user, you can see that this user code width has a ID of 802 at the end, and this one is 802. So we know who created this, and we have the name of the user, username, profile image, likes of the post, and comments, which we are going to fill later. Let's upload an image with let's upload a post with image. So I'm going to say new post with image. Let's choose something. Okay, now let's post this. Okay, we send it. Let's check the MongoDB, refresh it here. You can see now we have a new post with image. This is the image that is uploaded by Firebase, and everything is working fine. In the next section, we're going to show the post inside the feed section like this. So let's add this one to the GitHub. So this is going to be with the message of complete upload post functionality. So we can commit and push. So see in the next section for showing the posts inside the home page. All right, in the last section, we have completed the uploading and adding our posts to our database, MongoDB. In this section, we're going to show these posts inside the homepage in the feed section. We want to make this feed section in the server side because it's very important for SEO to have your post in the server side because it can be indexed better by Google. So in order to do that, we need to create our page in the server side and request from the server side. So let me close everything here and then we go to others page.js here. So we want to make this one in the server side and request. So I'm going to make this one asynchronous. So here, first we create a data. We just set it to be null. Then we want to add a try and catch statement. So here, we want to get the result or response. We set await, and we want to fetch data from our backend. But this is a server side, it's a little bit tricky. You need to add the URL as well. You cannot just say /API post and etc. So let me show you the API first. So for getting the post here, we want to get all the posts. So here we want to create a folder called all and route.js, and the address is going to be /API /post/all for getting all the posts. So, but in order to get that, we need to add the URL too. But URL here and in our server is different. So we want to make an environmental variable to cover that. So we want to fetch the data. And here I want to add a process.env. And this we're going to call it URL. And plus /API /posts/all. And the method, it can be get, but it's better to make it post because this is a kind of mixed dynamic and static, because these posts are coming from server side, but we want to add some functionality like adding likes and etc. So we need to see the reaction in real time. So so these posts needs to be get continuously. So instead of getting get, we want to add a post request. Otherwise, we're gonna have some problem in production. And then we just say no cache. Cache, no store. Because we want to always get the new data. So here we're going to close this. And then the data is going to be await result.json. And for the error, we just want to console log the error. So now we want to pass this data to our feed. But before doing that, we want to create our API route before getting the data. So we need to create an API. So here inside the post, I want to create a folder called all, and then inside this all, we're going to have route.js. And here we want to import first our post model. Just say post from this address. And then we want to get the connect. And then we want to create a data, and then we want to add a try and catch. So in the try, we want to first connect, and then we want to create a constant called feed posts, which is going to use the model and use found to get all of them, but we want to sort them to -1. I don't want to limit them. Just one is fine. And then we're gonna return a response with the post. Then we want to console log the error. Plus, we want to return an error response. Let's close this. Okay, so this is our API route. I believe we can test this. Okay, now we are getting an error undefined for the process.env. Here, we didn't add it yet. So I go to localhost 3000. I want to add the localhost 3000 here. So this is going to be URL, which is localhost 3000. And let's add this one to the example too. I didn't add that one too in the example. So let me hide this. Okay. And also we want to add this one to our Versal. But in the Versal is a bit different. We want to add the URL. So we go to Versal, setting, environmental variables, and this is going to be URL, and then the value is going to be the address of our website, which we can get here. Okay. Let me see, I added a / or okay, that's fine, /. So we remove a / here and save this. Okay, in the next deployment, we're gonna have the URL as well. Okay, so now I think we can see our data. So let me console log data here. Okay, now we can see the post inside the terminal because this is a server side. As you can see, we're getting all the posts. So we can use this data and show them inside this post. So let me remove this console log. And here we want to create a new component. So the new component is going to be if we call it feed.js or feed.jsx, and then we add it inside this page. And we pass this as a posts or post, or we can say data, it doesn't matter. Okay, I can say data, and then inside the post we can get them. So here I want to get that data, and then here we want to loop through that data. Just say data dot map. We get each post, and then we want to create another component called post and pass the data here. We just say post.jsx, and then here we're gonna use that component. First we need to import it, and we have a key which is post.underline-id, and also we want to pass that post. Okay. Okay, now we have two posts, and you can see two word posts which is coming from here. So now let's complete the post component. In order to save time, because it needs some Tailwind CSS or something, I want to just grab the code and paste it here and then explain it to you. Okay, I got the code and paste it here and explain it to you. So first we imported the link for Next because we want to go to some pages, and we have imported an icon here, the dots icon, and also we imported moment. We need to install moment because we need moment to show the time of creation, or if you look at the final version, you can see here we have a time of creation 6 days ago or something like that. So we need to install moment. So we just say npm install moment. And then let's see. Okay, it's working now. Let me explain now. One div that is covering all of them, and then we have an image showing the profile of the user. And when we click on the profile, we want to go to this URL /users/username. Okay, and then we have the post name, which is the name of the user that is created, and then username. And then we want to see the time that the post is created. We can use the moment package, and we use the method from now to show it like this, like a 3 hours ago or 1 minute ago, something like that. And then we have the text and also the image of the post. Each of them, they have a link that goes to the post page. Okay, that's very simple. Let's test this one. I remember I removed that refreshing. So we need to actually add that one inside the input that input.jsx. Here I have removed that reload. Where was it? Ah, here. Reload that. Make sure to comment back this one. So this is going to be available. So let's add a new post. Once we add it, now we have the new post saying a few seconds ago and also these things. And also before going to the next section, I want to add that icons here, as you can see from the final version, like we have comment, like, and trash icon. It's very simple. Let's add them quickly. So we go to the post.jsx. We need to add it at the end. So I want to create a new component called icons.jsx and add it inside the post.jsx here. And we need to add actually the post data. So later we need them. We just say ID. Also, we want to pass the ID and the ID is post underline ID. So for the icon, it's just a very simple icon. So I want to grab it and show it to them. Show them to you. So let me paste the code here. As you can see, it's just the three icons. One is a chat, heart, and trash. And we just styled them like we added the hover effect, transition, duration, and etc. So now we should see the icons here. Later, I'm going to add the functionality like the like functionality and etc. But for now, it's fine. Let's test that the system is working when we sign out. So when we sign out, we get an error. Fewer hookers than expected. This might cause an accident early return state. Let's refresh the page. Okay. Seems like we have some problem, but we're gonna fix them at the end. But now, let's check. Yeah, this one is working fine. Yeah, there should be some problem with this menu profile, but I'm gonna fix it later. So in the next section, we're going to work on the like functionality. So let's add this one to the get hoppers. So that was the add feed component. To the home page to show the recent posts. And we can commit and push. So see in the next section for adding the like functionality. All right, in the last section, we have created the feed section that is showing the posts that we have inside the MongoDB. In this section, we're going to add the like functionality. So when we click on the like, we want to increase the likes of these posts and also show the number of likes here and change this like button from hollow to a filled one. So like the one in the final version, you can see it like this. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code we want to add it inside the icons.jsx. So we need to add another icon. Basically, we want to have two icons. One, we want to have the outline. One, we want to have the full one. So I want to import another icon, which is called high heart. Okay, so we have high heart and also high outline heart. So, and then we want to have a we want to have a piece of state for showing the likes and etc. So we want to be sure that this one is liked or not. So we just say is liked. First, we want to set it to be false, and also we want to have likes, which is coming from first thing first, we want to get the post information from the icon. Remember, we have sent the foreign post information. I think it was from here, post.jsx. We send the post here. Okay. And inside the post, we have the ID of the post. We don't need to send the ID here. So it's not necessary, but we get the post here. And then here, we just say the initial value is going to be post.likes or an empty array. So now we want to go and fix this. And instead of only one heart icon, we want to have different things here. So we want to make a condition here. We just say if is liked, we want to see the heart icon. And we want to have an on-click event listener and call a function called like post. Okay. And then basically we want to have the same styling, but the difference is we want to have different color. So it's going to be similar. We want to have the cursor pointer, rounded, full, transition, duration 500. Everything will be similar to the other one. And padding 2. And text red 600. And when we hover over it, we want to change the text red to 500 and also the background color to be 100. So this is for this one. Close this. And otherwise, we want to have this icon. Let's close this. And also we want to have the same on-click event listener to this one as well. And the other things we want to see is the number of likes here. So here we want to say if the likes.length is more than 0, then we want to have a span and show the number of likes. We can do it like this. We just say likes.length. And let's close this. And then we want to style this span a little bit. This styling is going to be dynamic because we want to, first thing first, I want to make the text to be x small. And then we want to make a condition. We just want to say if the is like is true, then make the text to be red 600. Okay, because I want to be sure that person is already liked it or not. So that is for you. If you haven't liked that post, it stays the same color, which is the gray color. So that's it for this part. Now, what we want to do, we want to create this function like post. So here at the top, we want to create a function called like post, and this is going to be asynchronous basically. We need it to be, yeah, I think it's better to be asynchronous. And if the person is not authenticated, if there is no user, we want to actually, first thing first, we want to get the user. We can get it using use user hook from, we need this use state, and also use user from Clerk, and then we want to initialize it here. We get the user. If there is no user, we want to basically send the person to the sign-in page. So we want to have another hook called use router. Use router from next navigation. We initialize it here, and then we can just use it here. We can say it like that. That's fine. Or we can just say return this. That's it. So this was for this, but we want to like the user in the database. So we want to fetch the data. We just say fetch / if you look at this diagram, for liking the post, we have API post, and then we have like. And then the like is going to be route.js, which is going to create this API route. / API / post / like. So basically, we're going to apply that one. We just say API / post / like. And then the method is going to be post, it's a put request because we want to have some changes. And then we want to send some information, which is the post ID. Let's close this. And then what we want to, we just say if we want to update our set likes. If the is like is true, we want to set the likes. We want to filter get each like, and then if the like is not equal to the user data, which is we can get from Clerk, user.public and metadata.user MongoDB ID. So we want to, if it's liked already, we want to remove the like this. And then otherwise, else, we want to set the likes, keep the previous likes, and then we want to add this. So this, and also we're gonna check, we can check this one too. it's not liked in the server, we want to wait. We don't want to do it. So we can just so we can say like and this. So, and then we want to create this API. So I don't know if this one works. So I can change this one to this way. You can just say if like and not is like. I think this one's better. Okay. So we can test it later, but for now that's fine. And also we want to get the we want to use effect to create this is like. We want to know we want to set the is like. So we can use effect react hook. We need to import it at the top. So use effect, and then we want to say if there is a user, and also the likes include that URL of the user, set the is like to true. Otherwise, set it to be false. And then we want to do that one if there is a likes, and also if there is a change in user. And also we can protect this likes here. If there is no like, we don't get an error. So now we want to create the API. Let's see if we are getting some error. So there is some missing brackets here. Let me see. So this function, probably we didn't close it yet. Okay. Okay, I think that's fine now. So now we need to create the API. So we go to API folder post. I want to create a folder called like, and then here I want to create a file called route.js. So basically, it's very simple. We can import post first, which is actually from it's inside the library models, post.model, and then we want to have the connect, and then we want to have the current user because we want to check if the person is authenticated or not. So current user from clerk / server, and now we want to create an API route with the put request asynchronous. We get the request, and then we wanna get the user. We just say user is equal to current user, and then we wanna have a try and catch statement here at the top. First we wanna connect. We just say await connect. Let me close this so we avoid the error. And then if there is no user, we want to say unauthorized. And also we want to get the data here. So we just say const data. We want to get from the body await. So we just say await request.json. And then if there's no user, we want to return. And also if we want to get the post, because we want to know which post to add the like. So we get the post here. Just say find by ID method. We pass the data, that post ID, to get the post. So now we want to be sure that we want to like it or dislike it based on the status of the user. So here we just say if post dot likes dot includes okay, if it includes the user, that public, that metadata, that like user Mongo ID, then this one we want to dislike the post because this person is already liked it before. So we just say const. We want to have the updated post find by ID and update. So we want to pass the data, that post ID, and then we want to remove the likes. So we just use pool. We just say likes. Inside the likes, remove this ID and return the new one. And we're gonna return a new response, updated post, and it's the status of 200. Okay, this is the first one for disliking. Otherwise, we want to like it. So otherwise, we want to say updated post, await post that find by ID and update. We want to pass the ID. This time, instead of pull, we want to push. Or we can use a method called add to set, and we want to add this one to that. Because we want to be sure, double check if it's available, we don't want to add it. Okay. So, and then we want to return the new response here. Let's close this. I think if everything is fine. And then here we want to add console log and also the return with new response. Okay, with the error of 500. So we can try this one now. We can go to our application. We just do open the console, and also I want to check the network. So here, let's clear it and press on like. Okay, not working. Let's refresh the page. Like. Error liking the post. Let's see if we get the error here. Okay, cannot read the property I defined. Includes. So here, this one is undefined. What was the here, post that likes. Here I think I need to add some awaits here. I forgot to add the await. So this is awaits, and also let's try it again. Okay, now it's working. We liked it, and then it came back. Let's check the response. It should have a this one is a little bit weird, and also we don't have this. We have some error here. So it said invalid hook call. Hook can only be called inside the body. I think I put the use effect in the wrong place. So let's see. This is a function. This one should be outside this function. Okay, let's refresh the page. Okay, now this one is working. Okay, like. Okay, working. Okay. And also, I want to just fix that one. We just need to add a div probably. It's not a big deal. So now we just go down. I want to add a div that is covering these two. So we're going to have a div, and then we want to cover both of the like and the other one. And then this is going to be flex item center. Okay, this one gonna fix it. You see a little bit delay here. This because of the adding the await here. Basically for like, you don't need to add await to wait for the response. Not here, I mean inside the icons. We didn't need to add await. We could see the result, and then if there is a problem in the refreshing the page, you can remove that. So you can remove basically this await and this sync, and you see the result faster. So here you see the like and dislike is very fast. First you like it, and then later you're gonna have the request, basically. Also, if you check the MongoDB, we should see the changes inside the likes. So here, see inside the likes, here it's empty. This one has one person liking it. As you can see, this one too. So it's working. Okay, so that was it for adding the like functionality. Let's add this one to the GitHub. So this one is add like functionality to the post component. So in the next section, we're going to work on the delete functionality. So the person who is owner of the post can delete the function. So see in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed our like functionality. In this section, we're going to work on the delete functionality. So we want to make a condition like the one in the final version. We only see the trash icon if the person is the owner of the post. So only if you have created the post, you can delete the post. So if you look at this diagram, you can see we need to create an API. So this is a post delete folder, and then we want to create an API for API with this address, API/post/delete for deleting the post. All right, so let's create this API route. So we go to Visual Studio Code and then we can create that API route here inside API posts. I want to create a folder called delete and route.js. So here, what we want to import is first the post model. So we can import it like this. And then we want to import connect and current user, because we want to check if the user is authenticated or not. So export, delete, and first we get the user, and then we want to try to use the try and cache, connect, get the data, so we know the ID of the user. And if there is a no user in the backend, we want to say unauthorized. You can just return new response unauthorized. Then we want to get the post and delete it. You just say await post find by ID and delete, and we pass the post ID. And finally, we want to return a response with the saying post deleted with a status code of 200. And let's add the catch section. Okay. Okay, we console log the error. We console log the error and also return with new response saying error deleting error post with a status code of 500. So that's fine. I think that's it for our creation of our API route. Let's close this bracket. Now we want to go back to our icons component and then add the delete functionality. So what we want to do is to add an on-click event listener to the trash icon, and also we want to protect the trash icon and only show it if the person is the owner of the post. So we just say if there is a user and the user dot public metadata user Mongo ID is equal to post dot user. That was the one we saved. And now we want to bring this trash icon inside that. Okay, let's close this. Here we need to add some and. Okay. So let's see. So this person is the owner. Let's sign in with another person. Okay, we're still getting this error. I'm gonna figure out this error and fix it. Don't worry about that. Okay, let's sign in. Okay, let's create a post. New post by me. Okay, now only this person see this trash icon. Okay, so let's go to Visual Studio Code and add an on-click event listener, which is going to call a function called delete post. Now let's create a delta. Okay. This is going to be asynchronous, and then if we want to open a window to confirm the person, so we just say window dot confirm, and then we just ask them, are you sure you want to delete this post? And if this one is true, and also if the user if there is a user and also the user metadata is equal to the host user, then we want to create the request. We just say fetch here API /post/delete, and the method is going to be delete. Let's add the header, and also the body is going to send the ID of the post, which is post.onlineLine ID. And if the response dot status is 200, we want to reload the page. We just say location.reload. Else, we want to alert you are not authorized to delete this post, or error deleting post. Okay. Let's try this. Let's open the console and check the network. Let's delete this, clear this, and then we try. As you can see, we have this notification. Are you sure you want to delete this post? We say okay, and then we got that delete, which was successful, and also we don't see the post anymore. So it's working. Also, I've fixed the problem for when we sign out, we get an error. So let me show you. So now when we sign out, you can see there's no error, but I've just inside the input.jsx, this line, I've moved it from above to the bottom because it was in the top. It should be just before this return. And the other things we can fix, because when you sign out, you see some @ or etc. Inside the mini profile, we can just say if there is no user, we can return none. So now let's try again. Let's sign out. You can see it's all gone. Okay. So that was it for the delete functionality. Let's add this one to the GitHub. So that is add delete. Add delete functionality to the post component. And commit and push. In the next section, we're going to start working on the comment functionality. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the delete functionality of our project. In this section, we're going to work on the comment functionality. Before going to the comment section, if we have a pop-up window here, if you look at the final version, let me sign in here. So if we click on the comment icon, here we can see that a window pops up and the information of the user plus the post is here. So in order to save it everywhere in all pages and also open this window, because this window is opening in all pages, in opening everywhere, we want to have some global state. We want to have a variable for opening and closing this window. So in order to do that, we need to have some sort of state management software. The software and the package I want to use is called Atom. And it's very easy to use it. So actually the name is recoil, but the way that we use it is creating a small state, and we call those states Atom. So let's install this package. So I'm going to open the terminal. Let's clear this. And we just install recoil. So what we want to do, we want to cover all our application with a session wrapper. And as we want to use some hooks and some variables, we need to create that session wrapper as a client side, but we don't want to make all our application client side. So in order to fix this problem, we can just create a component called session wrapper and make that one client side. And then we want to cover our layout with that. So Next.js is going to only apply the client side in that section. So here we're going to create a component called session wrapper.jsx. As I mentioned before, this is a client side. So we just say use client. And then we want to import recoil root. And then we want to get the children here and wrap everything with the recoil root. So here, this is going to be recoil root. And then inside is going to be those children. So now we have this session wrapper. What we want to do is to cover our application with this session wrapper. So what we do is to go to the others. We want to just cover others, not the authentication. We don't need to cover those because we want to just show the pop-up window inside the others. So inside the others, we go to the layout.jsx and we just cover everything with the session wrapper. So we're going to import the session wrapper and cover everything here. I'm just close this and then bring this one. Okay, I cannot do it like that. We just put it here. So that's it for wrapping up our application with the session wrapper. Then we want to create an Atom. As I mentioned, we are using Atom as a state, a global state. So I want to create a folder inside src called Atom. Then we want to create a state here called modal atom.js. We just need to import Atom from recoil. Then we can just export modal atom. We can use that atom. The key is going to be modal state, and then the default value is going to be just false. We just say false. That's it. So initially the modal is closed, and once we can change it and make it open. So false is closed, true is open. So let's create the CommentModal now. So we want to create a function, a component called CommentModal.jsx. So this one is going to be client side because we want to have some interaction with that, like clicking and etc. So we just say use client, and then we want to import use recoil because it's not use state, it's use recoil state. And also we need to import that modal atom. Okay. And then what else we need is to get that state, which is, we can call it open. And the initial value is going to be modal atom. We have defined it to be false at the beginning. Then let's just show them here, and then we know that it's working or not. So I just want to make a h1 tag, and then here I just want to say comment modal, and then we want to say if it's open, just say modal is open. I just for the testing purpose, I want to create this. And later we want to make it professional. Now, when we click on the chat icon, so here, if you click on the chat icon, we want to open that modal. So what we want to do is to go to the icons, and then we find the chat icon, which is here. And then we want to have some on-click event listener here, which is going to set the open to first thing first. I want to actually import them so we can use it. So before doing that, let's import modal state. Let me see, modal atom. We exported as modal atom, so it's not modal state. So modal atom. And also we want to have that use recoil state, and then we want to initialize it. So we just say const open, set open, use recoil, and then the initial value would be this. And then we want to change the initial value once we click on that chat icon. So we go to the chat icon. I want to add a on-click event listener. And then once we click on it, we want to set the open to the opposite of itself, which is like this. So if it's false, we're going to make it true. If it's true, we want to make it false. Now we can test it. Let's refresh the page. So now if you click on this, actually we didn't add that modal state still in our application. So the place we want to add that one is we want to add it in the same place here, layout.jsx. So after this Before this loaded, we can just add that comment model. Okay, now it's everywhere in so then I click here. I should see it somewhere. Yeah, okay, now you can see it. You can see comment model. Model is open. So if I click again, it's closed. Okay, you see it's working. So now we just added here. In the next section, we want to make it more beautiful, and also we want to submit our comment. So that was it for adding our package. So I want to make a message here. We just say install and implement recoil. Okay, so we just commit and push. So in the next section, we're going to make it like this here, make it more beautiful. So in this section, let me overview it here in our so we inside the src folder, we have created a folder called atom, and then we have created a model atom here. So this is going to be our state. And also we have created a component called CommentModal plus a session wrapper. Session wrapper covers all our application, and then CommentModal shows the model based on the true, based on the being true or false. We can see the CommentModal, which is defined here in the model atom. So that was it for adding the recoil. In the next section, we're going to continue completing our comment functionality. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have added recoil, so we can now trigger a state once we click on the comment icon. So what we want to do here is to complete this model. So what we want to do is to install a package called react-modal, which is going to help us to create this. So let's install that. To install a package called react-modal, and then we want to complete that page. We want to complete this component. CommentModal here. So I'm not going to focus on the styling and etc. So I'm going to just copy and put the code here. I'm going to explain it to you. But before doing that, we need to get some information. We need to get the information of the post that we are clicking this. For example, if we are clicking this one, we should know which post we have clicked. But because this CommentModal is a separate component and it's inside the layout, we have to send the information, the ID of the post there. So now we already have the recoil. We can use recoil again to send this information. So what we want to do is to create another piece of state in model. We just go to add a model atom, and then we want to create another one for the post ID. So we just say post ID state or atom. Okay, and then this is the key for that. And the default is empty. Okay. So now we have this piece of state, but once we click on our post, we wanna send this one as well. So we wanna update our icons here, the chat icon. So not only we just set this one to true, we wanna complete this one. So what we wanna do, I wanna just add some other things. I wanna make a condition. I just say if there is no user, just push the person. So we can just say router dot push to sign in. And then we want to say else. We want to set the open to opposite. And also we want to set the post ID, which we need to define later at the top. What we can call it here? Post ID, yeah. Post ID to the post dot underline ID. Let me see. That's if else, that's correct. That is fine. We need to add. Okay, now it's correct. Let's create this piece of state at the top. So post ID, and then we need to import this at the top. So now we have the post ID as well. So inside our CommentModal, now we can have these information. So let me import them inside the CommentModal. Where was it? Yeah. So we need to import, first thing first, we need to import modal, that package that we have installed, which is modal from the package which is called react-modal. And then I think that's it. So, and also we want to get the post ID here. Post ID, we need to import this. So now, let me complete this. Let me grab the code and show it to you. Okay, let me paste it here. So we are covering everything with this model that we have installed. It has some properties. We just say the is open depends on this open global state. So if it's false, it is open. It is closed. If it's true, it is open. And once we close it, or once we click outside, we want to close it as well. And then we just had some styling. We need to import this icon, which is the X icon. When we click on the X icon, we want to close it as well. And we just put the, now we have the post information. We need to get the post information to fill out these things. So now For now, we don't have these kind of things. We just have the ID. So here we need to get the data. I want to explain everything later when we get the data. So we're gonna have a use as effect here, which is coming from React. And then we wanna get the data from our API. We need to create an API for getting the post information. So we have API and then post, and we want to get one post. So we just say post get route to get a post information. So API /post /get. So here we want to create fetch the data. We just say fetch post is going to be asynchronous, and then we just say if post ID is not empty. We want to, first thing first, I want to create, we just say set post. So let's create a piece of state for loading. So we just say post. We need post as well, which is an empty bracket at the beginning. Let's import it. Use a state here. And then we want to have post loading, which is false at the beginning. And then also we want to have a piece of state for adding the input, because we have some here a text area. We want to have an input as well. Just a const input. So here we want to set the post loading to true, and also I want to set the input to empty string, and then we want to create a response. So we want to fetch the data from /API /post /get. Okay, and then this is going to be with the method of post. We pass the header, and also we send the post ID with the body section. And we convert the data here. We just say if the response dot OK, and then we want to get the data. We can call it post data. And then we want to set the post to set post data, and then we set the post loading to false. And then otherwise, if there is an error, we want to set loading to false, and also we want to console log the error. And then we need to call the function and then close the use effect. And if the post ID changes, we want to call this use effect again. And now we need to create this API route. So what we want to do is to create an API route for that. So here inside the API folder, inside the post, we want to create a new folder called get, and then a file called route.js. So basically, first we need to import host, connect, and current user. I'm gonna grab this one from this delete. So where was it? Yeah, here. So I'm gonna import these three, and then we want to export. It was a post method. Get the request. We get the user here. You want to connect, get the data, and if the person is not authorized, we want to just return unauthorized. Then we want to get the post data. Just say wait. Post dot find by ID. And then we want to pass that post ID. Then we want to return a new response. We return the post. Then we want to catch the error, console log it, and also return a response for that. Okay, that's it. So that was for the API route. So let me completely explain it. So now we got the post data as we set it to be inside this post. So now we can fill out our image is, if it's loading, we want to add some static image. Otherwise, we want to show the post.profile image. Then we have the name of the user, username, and text of the comment. Then we want to have the image of the post. And also we want to have a text area. The text area, we want to have a value, which is input, and also we want to change it. Change this input based on the change inside the text area. And finally, we have the button. So I want to make this button disable. So we just say disable if the input.trim is equal to empty, or we are post loading. Okay, that's fine. And then we want to have an on-click event listener, which is going to call a function called send comment. Okay, so let's create this function at the top. So let's just create it for now, so we don't get an error. So let's test our application now. Let's refresh the page. Now we click on this one. We should see the information here. So here we're getting an error. User is not defined. So we didn't get the user at the top. So we import. I think we need to use the get the user using use user hook from Clerk, and then we need to initialize it here. So now let's see, test it again. Okay, now we are getting the information of this. This is me, sign in, my image, And this is the post text you can see here. And also this is the username. And this is the full name. This is the username. Okay. And we can type here. If you don't type, you can see that the button is disabled. And also once the post is loading, it's disabled too. Here you can see. That's fine. New post with image. That's fine. Okay, that's working. Let's add this one to the GitHub. Let's add everything. And this is going to be, we can just say add comment, add react-modal package and implement CommentModal component or complete CommentModal component. Yeah, that's, I think it was fine. Okay, so now we can commit and push. So in the next section, we want to complete our comment functionality. Once we type something and press reply, we want to send it to our MongoDB and save it there. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed our modal component. In this section, we're going to send the data from the comment to the backend and save it inside the MongoDB. So what we need to do first is to create an API route to add a comment. So we have a API post. Now we have comment, and which is going to be /API post /comment, which is going to add a comment to a post. So we need to get two information: the post ID and also the person that is commenting. So let's create an API route here. So we go to post. We create a folder called comments and route.js. Let me close everything first. I wanna copy some of them from here. For example, these 3 lines. Copy and paste it here. So this is going to be a put request because we want to update some of the part of the post model. So we want to get the user first, and then we want to use try and catch. Okay, it's error commenting. Okay, so the try. So let me close this first. Okay, now first we want to connect to the database. We get the data, and we just say if there's no user, we want to return with a new response. We just say unauthorized. And then we want to get the post first, and then we add the comment there. So we get a post, and we can create a condition too. We just say if there's no post, we return post not found. Next step, we want to update the post. We just say const updated post. We just say post find by ID and update. We pass the post ID, which is coming from the data, that post ID, and then we want to push something there, which is this one. We just say, okay, push. We want to push inside a comment. The things we want to add here is a comment, which is equal to data.comment. Then we have the user. Okay. We have the name. We have the username. Then we have the profile image. Okay, let's close this. And then also we want to return new. New true. Finally, let's close this. We're going to return the new response with the updated post. Okay, that's it. So if there is no user, we are going to say unauthorized. That's it. So now that we have the API route, let's complete our CommentModal. Here we have created a send comment function. We want to complete that one. First thing first, we want to say if there is no user, so it's not authenticated, we want to send the person to the sign-in page. And then we want to have a try and catch. Create a response, await API /post /comment. And the method is going to be put. We need to pass the header and also the body. We're going to send all this information. Post ID, which is coming from our atom, the state there that we have created, and then comment, which is an input piece of state, and then user we can get from Clerk, name, which is going to be user.name. Then we have username, profile image. I think the profile image, and which is image URL inside the Clerk. Let's close this. And so if the response is okay, or we can just say response, that's the status, is equal to 200. You want to set the input to empty string. We want to set the open to false, and also we want to push the person to the page that is for that post. We can send it like that. It's just a post /post ID. Otherwise, we want to just console log the error. And the other things we want to do is to show the number of likes. There's a number of comments. So we wanna add it. Let me see. Yeah, inside the icons.jsx. After this chat icon here, we want to add the number of likes, number of comments. We just say post.comments. If the length is more than 0, then we want to show the length. I think, yeah, we are inside this. That is wrong. We should go here. Okay, now it's working. That's fine. Let's see what we get. So now, for example, I want to add a comment here. So we just say new comment. Let's open the console. Network. Okay, that was correct. And we got back a new comment, which has the new comment, date of creation, profile image, username, and the ID. But we are not redirected to this page. So let's see what's the problem. You should check the console. Let's add a new one. Okay, router is not defined. So inside I think here somewhere we use the router, but we haven't defined it. The router here is defined. Where is it? Inside the send comment, inside the CommentModal. So CommentModal, we need to define the router. So import use router, next navigation, and then we're gonna initialize it here. It should be fine now. Okay, let's try again. Okay, we went to this page, but the page is not available because we haven't created. Let me check. Here I just said post instead of the post. So let me see, in the final version I put the post or post. We go to this page. It's post with the S. Okay, so after we submit the comment, we wanna redirect the user. Here, CommentModal. You want to redirect the user to the posts with the S. Okay. Go back. Let's add new comment. Okay, now we're going to this page. So the problem here is just the number of comments. It's a little bit off. We're gonna fix this one. It's very simple actually. We just need to add a div that is covering the chatbot. So here we have the chat. We add a div. We just make it flex. And then we just say item center. And then we want to cover these two inside that div. Okay, now we see the correctly. All right, so that was it for creating and adding the comment in our database. We can see the number of comments as well. In the next section, we're going to complete this page, the post page. We want to make it like a final version. We want to see the comments as well. Let's, for example, add a comment here, new comment. Okay, reply. So as you can see, we see the comment here with the time of creation and so we want to create this page plus this comment. So let's add this one to the GitHub now. So this one is going to be I just want to paste it here. Add comment functionality to the CommentModal component and update icons component to show the number of comments. So, and then commit and push. So see you in the next section for completing the post page. All right, in the last section, we have added the comment functionality. In this section, we're going to complete the post page. So first thing first, we need to have an API to get the post that we have already created. If you remember, we have created for retrieving a post. So we have post /get /route. So this one. And also, so when we get it, it's very simple. We can just get the data based on this ID that we have here. So we check the ID and then get the information and show it. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code and we go to post page. This one, post ID and page. So the way that we can get the ID is to just here get params. Just write params and then params.id is this ID. So here we just create a data. We just set it to be null at the beginning. And then we just try and catch. And also we need to change this one to asynchronous because we want to make this one server side. So for the error, we just console log the error. And also we want to set the data to be with the text. We just say failed to load post. And also in the try, we want to get the data. So we want to create a result. We want to fetch data. As I remember, I mentioned that inside the server side, we use the full URL to prevent errors. So we just say process env.url plus API /post/git. And then we want to set the method to be post. And then also for the body, we want to say post ID params.id. So we want to get the post data, and then we want to show it here at the bottom. So let me grab this code. It's very simple. It's just I want to avoid explaining the typing, the styling. Okay, so let me paste the code. So first thing first, we want to have a back icon. So when we press on it, we want to go to the home page and we say just back. And then if there is no data, we want to say post not found. And if there is a data, we want to show it. But we want to create a component called post, and we pass the post data. And also we want to create a component for comments. So let's create these two components. So post.jsx. Oh, we already have this. Okay, we already have. Oh yeah, we already have the post.jsx. So because we already show it inside the homepage, but the other one is the comments.jsx. Let's create it. So let's import these two. And let's check what we get. Link is not defined, so we want to import link. And also you want to import this icon. Okay. So as you can see, we are getting an error, post not found. So let's see. Let's see why we are getting this error. So let's refresh the page. So let's see the console if we are getting any error. So let's refresh the page. Okay, this error button cannot be descendant of the button. I think I made a mistake pasting the code here. Let's check the other post, see what happens. For example, this one. Okay, still getting the same error. But this is not actually an error, it's just a warning. Let's see why we are getting this post not found. Let me console log data to be C. So we just say console log data. Okay, data is null. We are getting a 401 error requesting this. This one, API /post/git. So method is post, that's fine. Body. Here, let's add some other things like cache. I want to set it to be no store. And also, let's remove this header. Up. Okay, yeah, we are getting an error here for one error. So actually the 401 error is coming from here, unauthorized. So there is no user. I don't know why we are getting this error. And actually we don't need to add this one. Basically anybody can see the post. You don't need to be uh, signed in to see a post. So I think I added this one by mistake. So I removed this one. And then I think it's gonna solve a problem. Let's see. So still is it not the post not found? Now there's no error actually, but nothing is coming back. So let's check. So here we get the post and we return the post here. So why where still the data is null? So let me check. Let's bring up this data here. Console log at the top. Still data is null. Here I'm not converting it. That's a problem here. Data. Okay, now I got it. Okay, now it's fine, I think. Yeah, now we are getting the data. That's fine. And also we get the comments here. For the comments, it's very similar to the post actually. So we go to comments. We can do the same thing. So we just need to create some component and show it here. So for the comments, we are getting the data here. We get all the comments. And then we wanna, first thing first, I wanna sort them. So we just say const sorted comments. We wanna sort it with this method. I think that's fine. And then once we sort it, we want to show it here. We just say sorted comment, map through it, and then we want to create another component called comment.jsx, and then we want to use it here. So we want to pass the data and close this. So let's import this comment. Now we should see. So there's no comment now. Let's add a comment here. Let's refresh the page. Okay, you see one comment. So let's complete the comment component. So we go to comment component and we're gonna complete it. So it's very similar to the post component. So I'm gonna just grab the code and bring it here. So I'm gonna just paste it here. So as you can see, it's just similar to the post comment. We just have some link and then show the name, username, and also the time of the comment and the comment itself. So if you now check, you can see the comment and then it's created 1 minute ago. So let's add another comment. It's added here, as you can see. But I think I want the newest to come top. But I think still this one doesn't work. So let me see the problem here. I think inside this one is not date, it's created at. Okay, this one created at. So let's see. Now, okay, now the new one comes first. So now it's working, but this in the production, sometimes I have some problem when you add some comment. So when you add a comment, it's better to refresh the data, but we can do something else to prevent refreshing the page. So in the icons, when we add a new comment, so let me check the comment function, use effect, delete the post. It's inside the modal component. So CommentModal, let's check here. When we add it, we go to this page. But we can just after a few seconds, we want to refresh the page. What I mean by refresh is just for the server side. So we add a set timeout. And then we want to say router.refresh. Here, maybe you don't see the change, but after in the production, when you add a comment, there is a problem. But so here, now we put it here, and also after 1 second, you see some refresh, so you can see the number of comments, everything working correctly. So that was it for adding this page. Let's add it to the GitHub. So this is going to be a complete post page component. As a complete post page. Complete the post page. And we can commit and push. So in the next section, we're going to work on the user page, this page. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the post page. In this section, we're going to complete the user page. So inside our user page, let me check here. So we have users, username, and page. So based on our diagram, so now we want to see the user. We want to get the information and see it here. We can get the API /user/get to get the information of the user. And also, we want to see, if you go here, you should see that inside this page, we have the information of the user, and also we can see the post related to this user. So we're going to have another API for the post here. We can get the users. We get all the posts that the one user is created. So get all posts of a user. So post, user, get, and this one. So other things we want to create is to follow and unfollow. So we want to create another folder called follow to follow and unfollow user. So 3 things we need to do. One for user, one for post, and also for follow on and unfollow. The codes are very simple and similar to the post page. I'm just want to grab it and put it here and explain it to you. So let me paste the code here. So first thing first, we get the username from here, from the params. So params.username. And we want to fetch the data to get the user. So we said process.env.url, and then we get the API/user/get. And similar as before, catch, no store, and method is post. And after that, we get the user data. We want to get the post of the data as post of that user, which we can get from that API route with sending this information, user ID. And then we have this back button, which is very similar to the previous one. And if there is no data, we're going to say user not found. If there is a data, we want to show the image of the user, its first name and last name. We're going to show the username, the number of followers and the number of following, which is inside data following length for following, and then for followers. And also we want to have a follow button. The reason we are putting this one as a separate component, because everything here is server side except this button. We want to make this button client side. So we want to create a new component for that. So I'm going to create another component called follow button.jsx. Let's create it. And okay, so, and we send the data to the follow button. And finally, we want to show all the posts of the user using the same post component that we have created before. Okay, that's it. So for the follow button that we have here, we have created here. Let me grab the code as well. So let's paste it here. So it's a user client, so it's a client-side component. We get the user data, which is from the profile page. And also, we want to use this API that we're going to create later to follow or unfollow the user. So we're going to send 2 things. The person that is following and the person who is being followed. So this is the profile page. So this is the profile page. So let me show you different posts like this, guys. So I can follow or unfollow this person because so this is the profile. So this is the user from the profile page. And this is me. So we are sending from the clerk. So we're going to send it based on follow and unfollow. We want to get the response. We want to disable this button if the user is not authenticated or if you are visiting your own profile page. And finally, we want to say if we want to check if we are already followed that person, we want to say unfollow. Otherwise, we want to say follow. And so now we have these things ready. Now we need to create these API routes. So let's start with here. We want to create an API route for API/user/get. So inside, let me close everything. src app API. So we need to create an API for user /get /route.js. So we need to create this. So I feel I grab the code and explain it better. So it's very similar to get the user is similar to get a post. Okay, so we just import the user model, we connect, we get the request. So first we connect to the MongoDB and then we get the data here. As I mentioned before, we want to get the data, the username. We get the username and based on the username, we search inside all users and we get the user with the same username. And if the request is legit, we're going to return the user. Otherwise, we're going to return an error. So that's it for creating this. Another API we want to create is this /API post user and get. We want to get all the all the posts related to one user. So let me create this. So inside the post, I want to create a this not here. Sorry. Here, this post. So we create a folder called user, folder called get, and then route.js. So let me grab the code and explain it to you. Okay, so we imported the post model and connect. We connect to the MongoDB, we get the data, and then we get the post that has this user with this user ID, and we sort it to be the descendant. So we wanted the newest comes first. So, and then we return the post. So that's it. The next API we need to create is follow and unfollow, which we need to create like this: /API /user /follow. So / where is it? User. Inside the user, not here, this user. This user, we want to create a folder called follow /route.js. Let me grab the code. So let's review this code. It's a bit complicated, but I'm going to explain it as best as I can. So we get the user model, connect, and then the current user to check if it's a legit request and the person is authenticated or not. So we're gonna connect to the MongoDB. We get the user using Clerk's hook. We get the data. So two things we need to get from the data. As I mentioned, the user profile ID and also user who follows. So we have two ID we need to check. First thing first, we want to check if there is no user. So if the person is not authenticated or is the same person as is following, so is not the same. I mean, the person is following is not the same as the authenticated. So it's unauthorized. Otherwise, we want to get that user by this method, find by ID. If the person is not available, we want to just return user who follows not found in the database. And also, we want to get the other users too, the profile ID. So two people we need to get: the person who we want to follow, the person who we are. So both of them we get. And then now we have both of them. So now if these two people are the same, we say you cannot follow yourself. So that's another error we can get. Otherwise, we want to check if the person is really following that person or not. With this method, we want to say check the following, find, and get the item and check it. If this one is true, we want to set this is following to true. And if it's true, we want to unfollow. If it's false, we want to follow. So these are all for following, unfollow, and these are for follow. That's the opposite. So these are gonna remove that person from that following. So we're gonna filter out from following and then the followers. And if otherwise we want to push it, so we're going to put it inside. And finally, we want to save it and return that user who follows. Okay. Otherwise, we want to say fail to follow or unfollow user. Let's see whether it's working or not. So we go to our website. Let's refresh the page. Okay, now we get this user, and I'm signing in with the other email. Let's try to follow this person. So as you can see, now we get 1 followers. This guy get 1 followers, and if we check the other person, let me leave a post. Okay, now we click here, we go to this person. As you can see, he has 1 following. And I cannot follow myself. So it's working. So that's it for creating the user page and also adding the follow and unfollow. Let's add this one to the GitHub. So this is going to be complete. The user page. You can commit and push. So the only things left for the project is here. We want to create the search functionality. So when we search, like the final version, for example, search, we want to see the post related to this search result. As you can see, we say search result for Sahan, and also we see all the posts with the same keyword. So see you in the next section for the search functionality. All right, in the last section, we have completed the user page profile. In this section, we're going to work on the search functionality. So now if we type something in the search, this is going to redirect us to another page called /search/ for example, Sahan, this keyword. So based on that, we want to get the data from the URL. We get this keyword and then show it here. So we need to complete this search page. So we go to search term page.jsx, and then we want to complete this page. So let me get the code and show it to you and explain it to you. Okay, let me paste the code. So this is similar. We get the search term from the params, and then we just use this API route, which we need to create. So we're going to create an API route for the search. So API post, search, and route.js. So /API /post API post search. That's it. And similar, we want to make a server-side component. So this is going to be server-side. We can make this one client side as well. Actually, for faster response, we can make a client side, but this is going to actually make more pages for SEO. And also if someone searches some terms from Google, probably Google's gonna suggest this page to them. That's gonna be good. So we want to get the data here, and we have a back button, very similar. And also we want to say the search result for that term, which is this params.search term, in order to remove the space, because in the URL, let me show you here. If I search, for example, something with the space, in the URL, we get this 20%. So in order to remove that 20%, we need to decode it. So use the decode URL component. And this quote is actually is this quote. We cannot use the code, so we need to write down this one. Otherwise, we get an error when we deploy our application. So if we don't have any data, or the data is equal to 0, we're going to say no results found. Otherwise, we want to show the result based on our post component. So that's it. And we need to create this API route. So here inside the API, inside the user, I don't know why I created inside the user. It should be inside the post. So this one should be post actually. And then inside the post, I'm going to create a folder called search/route.js. So let me grab the code. So here we go. We have the code. So we have the connect and the post model. So we're gonna get the data, which is the search term. We can get it. We're gonna decode that. And then we're gonna connect to the MongoDB and search inside the post using the found method. We want to search it inside the username or name or the text. So we're going to use this method or, and then we're going to sort it to be descending, which is the new one comes first. That's it. So let's try this one in our application. We see if it's working or not. So let's search for Sahand. So as you can see, we are getting, okay, we get this Sahand, but as you can see, we need to refresh the page. So we need to fix something inside here, the search submission. We need to refresh. So inside the search, where was it? The component, the right side component. We had this search. This is going to, we have a handle submit. Here we go this place, and also I want to refresh the page after 1 second. So we can add the set timeout method. So here we just say router dot refresh. And this is going to be after 1 second or 2 seconds, doesn't matter. Let's see. Let's search for something else, for example, new. As you can see, we get the new and then new post. This one doesn't refresh the page. It's just refresh the data you get from the server. New post. Okay. New post with image. Okay. As you can see, it's working fine. So that's it. So let's add this to the GitHub. This one, let's add it and complete our project. So this is going to be complete search functionality and search page. So we commit and push. So this is going to push our application to the Vercel. So let's check Vercel deployment. And this is our last deployment. All the deployments were okay until now. So when it's finished, we want to check the final version. Here, I want to see if it's working or not. Let's refresh the page in the final version. And let's wait for the deployment. Okay, it's working here. So let's see. This is a post page. Okay, it's working. Let's go to this post page. It's working. Let's go to the user page. And I think the deployment is completed now. They need to refresh and get the new one. So this is this page, and then let's go back. Let's go to the home page. Let's sign in. Okay, let's sign in with this account. Okay, now let's add a comment. Okay. And also let's go to this person's page. We can follow him. Okay. Okay. 1 followers. As you can see, a little bit slow because this is a server-side component. For a faster result, you can make it client-side. First, you see it here, and then when it's uploaded, completed, you can update it here. So one method. But still, it's quite fast for the server-side and client-side working together. Yeah, one thing you can do is to add a loading effect as well. So this is going to be your like a practice to add some loading effects, some working on the client side, server side, add some and test different things. So that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. See you in the next project.